better known as what? 215-263-WMMR. We go to Jim. Hey, Jim.
Good morning. I think it's yin yang.
And you are correct. And I agree, Steve. As you said, I've always loved that symbol. And it's the balance. And Jim, hang on the line because you, sir, you're going to Fogo to Show with a $150 gift card in your pocket. And when you order at Fogo, don't forget that you don't order an entree. You order a night of different things to taste and enjoy and experiences carved tableside. Get to Fogo to discover what's next. And you can make a reservation for Center City or King of Prussia at Fogo.com. All right, we're going to start with this. It is official. We touched on this as a follow-up. But Captain Kirk is going to jet off with Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin on October 12th.
Wow.
So that's coming up. That's
a week from today.
Yeah, that's next week.
That is a quick turnaround.
90-year-old William Shatner will join a crew that includes Audrey Powers, Chris Booshuizen, Glenn DeVries as well, and he will become the oldest person in space. And he said, I've heard about space for a long time now, and I'm taking the opportunity to see it for myself. What a miracle.
It's amazing.
The flight comes after Blue Origin's first human flight on July 20th. In a tweet Monday, Shatner said, so now I can say something. Yes, it's true. I'm going to be a rocket man. The journey will take 11 minutes, and it will rocket past the Kármán line, the internationally recognized boundary of space. Several other celebs have signed up to head to space, but they're going with Richard Branson and the Virgin Galactic, including Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, although not together probably.
Yeah, that'd be great. The first warring couple in space.
Russell Brand, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Justin Bieber, and Ashton Kutcher have reportedly purchased $250,000 tickets to fly to the edge of space. Don't know when they're all going up, but
God. You know, I'd like to. The Virgin Atlantic gives you a little bit more time, so I'd like to.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. How long do they were? They're up for.
That's
like 20 minutes, 25 minutes,
something like that.
Yeah.
And then you get this one kind of goes up and then hangs out for just a little bit and then back down, but still pretty cool ride. The first strike in International Association of Theatrical Stage Employees' 128-year history is imminent. A vote to strike passed with 98% support and 90% turnout, giving the union president the power to shut down film and TV production across the country. Talks have stalled between, I guess they call it IATSE, I-A-T-S-E.
Yeah.
And Studio.
It's a board game.
That's Yahtzee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over a new contract that would address long hours, wage scales, and residuals in addition to the stability of pension and health funds.
So you're saying that this would be the first time a strike of this order, this way, has occurred in how long?
128 years.
128 years, because they've had multiple writers' strikes throughout the years.
Yeah, but
those.
these are the stage employees.
Right.
These are the people that I think that do all the hands-on work.
The gaffers and the
all that stuff.
best boys.
Yeah, the
and
people,
best buys.
Moving the props and all the things that need to do that. So according to the international president, the members have spoken loud and clear, he said. This is Matthew D. Loeb. He said this vote is about the quality of life as well as the health and safety of those who work in the film and television industry. Our people have basic human needs like time for meal breaks, adequate sleep, and a weekend. He said for those at the bottom of the pay scale, they deserve nothing less than a living wage. Several celebrities, including Seth Rogen, Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, Ben Stiller, have all expressed solidarity for the strikers. So that is looking like it is imminent. It's going to happen. Let's see. Netflix and Howard University have established a $5.4 million scholarship in honor of Chadwick Boseman.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dubbed the Chadwick A. Boseman Memorial Scholarship. It will cover 4 years of tuition at Howard's College of Fine Arts, renamed for Boseman after his death following his private battle with colon cancer. The late star attended Howard, earning a Bachelor of Fine Arts in 2000. Dr. Wayne A.I. Frederick, the president of Howard University, said it is with immense pleasure and deep gratitude that we announce the creation of an endowed scholarship in honor of alumnus Chadwick Boseman, whose life and contributions to the arts continue to inspire.
You know he'd be incredibly honored by that.
Sure, absolutely. The Netflix CEO and chief content officer, Ted Sarandos, said, while Chadwick was taken from us too soon, his spirit is with us always in his work and the good that he has inspired. He always spoke at his time at Howard and the positive way it shaped his life and career. And now we will have the opportunity to give many future superheroes a chance to experience the same. And we are grateful to Simone and Chadwick's whole family and our partners at Howard University for making it possible. So that's pretty cool. Ben Affleck and George Clooney are two of Hollywood's biggest stars, of course, but they have yet to co-star in a film.
Well, that's been righted now, hasn't it?
Not that I know of.
Oh.
No, Clooney has directed Affleck in a few movies, most recently The Tender Bar.
Oh, that's it.
They both recently discussed the experience. Affleck said, "We had great experience working together previously. He produced Argo with me," referring to the drama that won Best Picture, earning Oscars for both Affleck and Clooney. He said he just has so much experience doing his thing, doing his job, and it's like such a gift because it cuts through the noise and gets right to the XYZ. As for whether or not Affleck would ever act alongside Clooney, he said, "I would love to, but he's got to hire me." He said, he's got to cast himself and hire me. Maybe that's the next step. He said he's a really smart actor. And what I really learned about George as an actor is George really understands exactly how to kind of calibrate a performance. He really understands the audience's expectations. And the truth is he's just really good at this thing. Now, George nixed that idea. And he said, talking about Affleck, he said, he's a foot taller than me, and he makes me look like Mickey Rooney when I stand next to this guy. And then I love this line. He said, "Plus, I think it would be too much sexy for one screen." So because he's a one-time sexiest man, but not a two-time, he quickly added, referring to his own titles as People's Sexiest Man Alive for 1997 and 2006. He said, "I'm just going to say that, but yeah, it would be too much sexy, I think, for one film."
So I didn't realize he was just directing this current film, not in it. So interesting.
Now, Ben also spoke to Variety about reprising his role as Bruce Wayne and Batman in the Andy Muschietti-directed film The Flash. He said, "It was a really nice way to revisit that as the prior experience had been difficult. This was really lovely and really fun."
I loved hearing this, that he's enjoying the role. He had personal issues during the making of a little bit during Batman v Superman and a lot more during the Justice League. So, and then obviously the stuff with the reshoots and all that stuff made it a lot more difficult. And so he's been candid about that. But it's cool he's back in the Cal, Preston.
He also said, "I had a great time," and then added, "I'm probably under some gag order that I'm not even aware that I probably just violated, and now I'm going to be sued." Regarding the renewed romance with Jennifer Lopez, he said, "I'm very happy, and it is a very happy time in my life, and life is good." So he's doing all right, man.
I can't wait to see this Flash movie.
Yes.
I mean, you're going to have Michael Keaton, you're going to have Affleck in there, you're going to have a whole bunch of other cameos. It's a multiverse extravaganza.
It's got the potential to be really cool.
Yeah, and I like the director, too. He's really good.
This was sad news to see this morning. Alan Kaltner. Or Kaltner. I'm not sure. Is it Coulter?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Coulter. Alan Coulter, who was David Letterman's longtime announcer during the Late Show run, has died.
Oh, man.
He was 78 years old. He passed away Monday in Stanford Hospital.
Okay. I love Alan Coulter. He did really funny bits. He played a straight man, and I watched a bit this morning where he was pissed that he wasn't selected to be on Dancing with the Stars, and he just started yelling at Dave and the audience, and he was yelling, "Horse crap," and F this and F that, and it was just... and then he came out with his gold shirt and started dancing around the stage. And it was just classic Alan. And Letterman and Paul were just doing deadpan. What is this guy doing? But he was just one of the best.
He took over as Letterman's announcer in 95 and replaced Bill Wendell and served in that role until Letterman's retirement in 2015. Along with announcing duties, he occasionally performed in comedic bits, like Nick was saying, including his show within a show segment called Alan Coulter's Celebrity Interview. Coulter was known by nicknames that were given to him by Letterman, Big Red or TV's Uncle Jerry. Along with announcing the guests for each Late Show episode, he would end every episode with a one-liner over the Worldwide Pants logo after the closing credits.
We have a clip of him. Preston.
Oh, yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
We do.
Let's definitely roll that.
It's ready to go.
Okay.
By the way, Dave, congratulations on your new romance.
What do you mean?
Well, I just assumed you were dating Jerry's ass, seeing as how you've been kissing it for the last 20 minutes.
In addition to his Late Show gig, he's known for announcing a number of game shows. He did To Tell the Truth, the $25,000 Pyramid. So he's been around. He was around for a while, as well as USA Network's USA Saturday Nightmares and Commander USA's Groovy Movies in the 80s.
Do you remember that show?
No.
Commander USA.
Uh-uh.
It's a guy like it was. kind of like he was like a bloated superhero with smoking cigars and a mustache. But it's a very popular show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Additionally, he appeared in a small role on the short-lived NBC series Ed as Principal Roger Gable. I liked that. I thought that was a fun show. And that was produced by Worldwide Pants, so he had a tie-in to Dave and all that stuff.
Those kind of guys, they're few and far between, the guys who are the announcers that kept working through the decades and did multiple shows, as did he. Yeah. It's sad.
And he had like real ballsy pipes, you know? He had such a great voice to it. And some of the guys that do it now have good voices and are good announcers, but Alan's voice really had gravitas to it.
Yeah.
This is the guy, Captain USA here.
We're looking at a video right now.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
of a guy, an older guy in a lame superhero suit. Okay,
he looks like the comedian.
He does.
Yeah,
he
from,
looks a little bit
Watchmen.
like it with the gray temples and a cigar.
Right.
Yeah. Daniel Craig is coming off of a record-setting opening of No Time to Die in the UK this past weekend, and about to find out how it does in the US this weekend. The film, which has earned critical raves and stars Rami Malek, Leah Seydoux, and Lashana Lynch, is his last role as 007. He tells E.T. of playing Bond in 5 films. I'm very proud of what we have done.
Did you enjoy your run as James Bond?
He said, I am so lucky to have had this opportunity the last 16 years.
Are you going back to your home planet?
What happens in the future, it just feels like it is going to take 15 years to unpack all of this, to figure out what just happened.
What?
What just happened.
Oh.
He said sometimes it was a slog.
What?
A slog?
Difficult.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I thought, does that mean something else on your world?
Yeah,
or is that...
it means butt sex.
Oh, butt
Oh. Yikes.
That's why I was like, what? Okay. Hey, whatever rocks your world, you know?
He said sometimes it was a slog, and it has gone like that, and then he snapped his fingers.
No, you're not doing it right.
Oh, really?
At least 5 or 6 pumps.
Okay. Craig shares that he remembers being announced as the next Bond like it was yesterday, but still finds it so impossible to put a kind of explanation on the whole experience. He said, I've changed immeasurably since I began this in my professional life and in my personal life. He said, I try to self-examine a little bit. It's given me a confidence that I didn't have when I started off. This confidence to sort of try and make the best of what you have and make the best movies that you can. That is all that I ever tried to do with these films.
And that's what they did. They set the tone. They sort of returned a lot to the Ian Fleming perception of Bond and reeled it in a bit. And that when Casino Royale came out, I was like, oh my God, this is the way it should be. And all of the movies have kept a consistent quality. So I'm super excited for this. It's the longest Bond ever at 2 hours and 46 minutes, I think.
Nice. Do you need to have seen any of the other movies to...
It'll probably figure in a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be a necessity.
Because I loved Casino Royale.
Yeah.
And then was Skyfall after that?
Quantum of Solace.
Quantum of Solace. I watched part of it.
Right.
It didn't reel me in, and I never finished it. Because
Right.
I'm not a big Bond fan like you. I like them, and it was never a huge part of my life.
I completely understand.
But I loved Casino Royale. That movie from beginning to end had me... the whole damn time.
That is well up in my top Bonds. I mean, it is a perfect Bond movie.
Yeah. Clint Eastwood and Garapata, the company that owns the rights to his likeness, were awarded $6.1 million on Friday in a lawsuit that they had filed against a Lithuanian company that was accused of using Clint's image and likeness to make it appear as though he was endorsing their product, which are CBD products. So last year, Mr. Eastwood filed 2 lawsuits in federal court in Los Angeles against 3 CBD manufacturers and marketers whose products were featured in an online article falsely claiming that he endorsed the products, as well as 10 online retailers who he accused of manipulating search results through meta tags.
When my hemorrhoids act up, I reach for Buddy's butt wipes.
According to the first lawsuit, the online article contained a fake interview with an outlet meant to resemble the Today Show.
Oh, man.
And it included a photo of him on an actual appearance of the Today Show.
I love CBD.
I mean, they just absolutely
completely stole his everything.
As illegal as you can possibly do it.
They probably should have had just like a picture of him with the mouth cut out a little
Yeah,
bit. Had
moving.
I'm a big proponent.
The judge, R. Gary Klausner, entered a default judgment after mediations UAB, the company that published a fabricated interview of Mr. Eastwood, failed to respond to a summons in March, and he and his company were awarded $6 million based on the company's unauthorized use of his name and likeness.
Choose the actors, choose Jif.
Along with about... He's doing peanut butter. Like Clint Eastwood has a peanut butter pitch.
When the kids get home from school, they have a powerful hunger. That's why I break out the Jif.
So along with about $95,000 in attorney's
For those
fees.
not so fresh months.
Oh my God! Go ahead, make my month.
Dad, can I talk to you about something? I have this strange discharge.
Oh my God! All right, so he won $6 million.
Oh yeah.
How about this? Lindsay Lohan is the latest star to launch a podcast.
Awesome news.
Yeah, she is partnering with Red Arrow Studios 71 on The Pod, which will land this year or early next year. Lindsay is set to share her authentic voice, and listeners will get a chance to experience a never-before-seen side.
This is the podcast we didn't know we wanted and will never listen to.
Yes, and she is set to star in a Netflix rom-com, apparently. So.
She has, I think, all the smoking over the years has sort of taken its toll. She's aged herself.
Yep. I think we have some audio to play along with this. Dave Chappelle is returning to Netflix with The Closer. We had mentioned that.
Right.
And there is a teaser for it.
Yes.
And
it's very funny.
It's, I think we have the whole thing. So Dave is driving in a pickup truck down a kind of like country road.
Right.
By himself. And it's just a shot of him in the cab.
Okay.
And this is what you hear.
This is Dave. He tells jokes for a living. Driving down these country roads is a lot like a meditation. He's deep in thought, back in the trance. 5 specials in as many years. How do you close a body of work that profound?
It's just a close-up shot of him the whole time driving.
I couldn't imagine the enormity of the pressure. And then he looks as if he's about to say something. What could he possibly have left to say?
Will you shut the f*** up, Morgan Freeman?
And then they pull out a little bit, and Morgan is sitting in the truck with him next to him.
Oh, my God. I was just...
It's all right.
Then he keeps on going.
That's amazing.
And Nick Murphy wants to point out there, because his favorite band is the Pixies, that the Pixies song is playing in the background.
Stan Lathan, who has directed all of his Netflix work, will also helm this one, and it bows on October 5th and is billed as a 6th chapter that wraps his other Emmy Award-winning specials.
I wonder, has he re-signed a deal with Netflix? Because the original deal was chunky.
Yep, we'll see. All right, I think we're ready to hit the clips this morning.
Jib.
So the Netflix drama series On My Block has finally returned for a 4th and final season. In this clip, star Sierra Capri describes her character's dynamic through her dynamic throughout the seasons. Here we go.
Beyonce has learned that it's okay to take time for yourself and focus on you before you can focus on someone else. So I think that's why when she goes away to boarding school, it's such a moment, because it's like, wait, like, is she going to come back? Is she going to stay there? Like, so I'm excited to see what happens.
I don't give a f***.
On My Block is now streaming on Netflix. And here's your next clip. The Guilty revolves around a former police detective who handles the operator line and struggles to save a panicking caller. In this clip, star Jake Gyllenhaal explains the seriousness of this film.
Playing a first responder of any kind, but also playing someone who's an emergency operator, it's inevitably filled with pretty great tension and a lot of stress. I mean, obviously there are moments that are funny, but generally it's pretty much full throttle from the jump.
I don't think I want to see it.
The Guilty is now streaming on Netflix, by the way.
It always works.
All right, and there you go. That's what we have in our entertainment report for you this morning. Bunch going on in the show. Obviously, we got the money to give away. The MMR money clips continue, so hang in there for $500 twice this morning, starting at 8 and then again at 10, and then it goes on throughout the day. We also have on the show, from the band Ghost, the man behind it all, Tobias Forge.
Right.
Will be joining us around 9 o'clock. We've been playing the latest single from Ghost called Hunter's Moon, and they are coming to town. The band is going to be here in February, and so it's February 12th is the date of that show, so we'll talk to Tobias for a second time, which is cool.
And it's either Zoom with video or Zoom without video.
One of those.
We don't know yet.
We'll find out. And then the great Henry Winkler will be on the show. And he's got a series of kids' books that he's been writing for years and years.
Yes.
And actually, one of our friends here at the station had a profound effect was from that book on one of his kids. Pretty
Yes.
cool. So we got to tell
Didn't even know that.
Henry about that. So Henry Winkler on around close to 10 a.m. We'll take a break, come back in a second, and we'll continue our Tuesday morning together. Stay put. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Oh, yeah, butter
spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
I don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably. And if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
If I had a waffle,
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning. Yeah, there we go.
You
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man, no.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
You would
Butter memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous.
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
At first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like
a spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
I heard recently that isn't even. I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days, because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make. In fact, they've said they've noticed a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
And so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has, like I'm looking at an article here, they're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. That if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class, and they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys are busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to govern everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
You all right? Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
I was wondering why you talking like that. And actually, it's the thing. It's the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. Of course, enriched by the learning that we have.
So I guess.
You poor kid.
I guess no. Ben doesn't talk like that.
Excited to come on air with us.
We just pulled him in hat by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Off guard. That's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is,
Let's start over.
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a Google email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. Right. And just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby's here as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah. So if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have everybody's email. So you can set up this Google Doc where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria, were you the student? Did you do this or hear about this happening as well? Yes. Why is your mic not on? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. First of all, the website is pretty, once you get it down, it's super easy to use. And yes, sharing is so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that it has and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say. Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes.
So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay, please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh,
because we were
God.
cheating, which is like
Writing
Java and HTML. That's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little
We had
symbols.
to handwrite all of it, then we had to type it up, and that was like his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right because
This
all the
is
other students
outlandish. This is absolutely outlandish. I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What am
cheating?
I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so that's how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to squiggle them or whatever.
Just you have to talk through them. Just keep
This
talking.
is the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous. 25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, he was talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's,
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. Steve being outrageous Ben is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, our dancer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how like far people will go to like actually cheat. And I went to a really good school, and we would literally cheat in groups, and the teachers had no idea. That's how
No
oblivious.
idea.
I guess they were just paid so well that like I swear they didn't care.
do you think there's some credence to the fact that schools who rely on, how the school's performing would allow this to happen to
I guess to keep up with
their
the
reviews
standard
and
or
stuff like
whatever.
that?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, I
conceivable.
went to a really good school, so like I guess like high test scores were like super important.
So it's
And-
plausible deniability, right? That you can say, okay, they're just getting good grades.
And what's funny enough, in 9th grade, I actually had a social studies teacher that would literally grade you on like if he liked you or not. Like we would write what we had for breakfast on like literally I would write the most ridiculous answers, and some of them would be right and some of them would be wrong. I swear this man graded you on whether he liked you or not, or maybe your outfit that day. Like I swear
I bet
he
you
didn't
did
care.
very well.
Yes, being stunningly gorgeous helps too.
I passed, by the way. And he fed
gotta be
us.
so
Like,
hard.
he was a G. He was awesome.
What's going on over here? Just because she's super hot, she passes? I'm here writing goddamn code. My fingers are falling off. She talks about having egos and she gets an A+.
You're a good sport, Ben.
Yeah, well, it's an outrage, frankly. Goddamn, it sounds like I have a rheumatoid arthritis writing all this code. And over here, she says she had a Pop-Tart for breakfast. She has an A+.
I love when you threaten to kick their ass.
Outside now, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass, you're going to see my big toe coming out your nose.
Oh my god.
All right, we have to wrap this up.
Oh, we do? Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
No.
Officials are working to contain a scabies outbreak.
No. What the hell?
This is at Radnor Middle School and
no way.
one student from Radnor Elementary School. Yeah. Yep.
Scabies.
Mhm. And at least 18 students were diagnosed with the infectious disease.
Okay, what is scabies?
It's a rash.
Okay.
Isn't that wait? Okay, scabies isn't crabs.
Well, it is caused by a mite. A little creature.
Okay.
But they normally it's not visible to the naked eye. But it's not It's not crabs.
It's not okay.
It's not like
but
crotch
do you
crabs.
get it down there?
You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're
so
lucky.
The scabies will burrow under the skin and lay eggs.
Oh God.
An itchy rash consisting of raised tracts, bumps, or blisters may appear on parts of the body, including between fingers, wrists, elbows, armpits, waistline, thighs, and genitalia.
Including the nutsack.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Well, there
all the little crap. I just realized what the thunderstorm was last night. It was Zeus from Mount Olympus throwing thunderbolts down because he couldn't get on Facebook.
Yes.
Stuff.
Yeah. Very frustrating.
That must have been what that was.
For some people.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, that whole outage yesterday, I had no idea it happened. Steve told that we did this conference call at 6 o'clock. He's like, well, the big news is Facebook was down. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Had no idea that it was turmoil and chaos. Pandemonium, all those things. But apparently that took place. Marissa pulled aside some funny tweets from businesses and organizations, and I some of these are over my head. I don't get it. Like OnlyFans just tweeted, "Hey there," and Reddit tweeted, "Hi," and I guess that's in reference to.
Well, what's happening is
Facebook
all the
being,
people,
I don't know.
all the people now going over and checking out. I mean, you have Facebook and Instagram down, for a while, and so these other sites like Twitter. I think Twitter posted hello to literally everyone.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah.
Probably because people were probably turning to that if they were normally on Facebook or Instagram. Going to Twitter then because they were the only ones still up.
There's a really good one from Tampax that wrote Twitter. Guess we'll insert ourselves right here.
That's good.
That one I like.
I have completely written off Twitter.
Oh yeah, me too.
Not purposely, it just is too much with all of the platforms, and Twitter was the one that I used the least. And I mean, I don't.
I still
even,
have my account. You probably do too, but I just
it lives
don't
there.
use it.
I literally never. I don't even know where the app is on my phone.
Yeah,
I
put
don't
mine
do
all the way on the last page. I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. It's same, and I think it's sort of. I think to be plugged in some way, I will go on Twitter, and it's always very benign stuff or jokes. Facebook completely off my radar. Yeah. So much so that I keep misplacing my passwords. I don't know. They're just inert.
I'll check Facebook. I didn't know it yesterday either. And normally, I will check it, a couple times throughout the day if I'm sitting. I guess maybe I was running around yesterday. I didn't have time because I had no idea until our phone call last night. But for whatever reason, I still will go over to Facebook as opposed to Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird because now there's a little extra examination about all of this stuff and about the bad effects, like they were talking about Instagram focused towards children, the possibility of that. I think there's something refreshing. I mean, just staying with one and checking it occasionally and posting on it. But there are people who are just on all of them all of the time. And there was that sense of pandemonium yesterday, Preston.
Yeah. If you were freaking out, feel free to give us a call.
Yeah,
I'd love to hear about that. 215-263 WMMR.
It was nice to have that option removed for a few hours. You couldn't check Instagram, you couldn't check Facebook, so you don't. But I'll still use Twitter for breaking news. It's not great for always getting the story right.
Yeah.
But the story is happening. Twitter is pretty good at circulating the fact that these things are going around.
You can vet it. You can vet it, and that's good advice to vet it on your own. But it will be a heads up. Yeah,
as an alert, you're like, all right,
know.
something is happening, and then we're gonna get a whole bunch of things that aren't exactly right. But do you guys use WhatsApp at all? Because
I don't.
I use it for chatting actually with some international friends, and so people use it around the world as a means of texting, and that was down all day yesterday as well. I didn't know what WhatsApp was tied in the Facebook universe, but
I
it
don't
is.
even know if I have it.
Yeah, Preston, you have relatives in Colombia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I use it to chat with friends in Colombia. I've actually talked to some friends in France and in Argentina, believe it or not. But it's free and it's just a universal app.
Okay.
You don't have it.
I don't think I have. I'm sorry. I'm looking right now.
So yesterday marked the worst outage for the technology giant since 2008 when a bug knocked Facebook offline for about a day. Yesterday's, they're saying, was more than 6 hours when it was down. And wait, so back in 2008 when Facebook went down, the service only had 80 million users.
80 million users. Wow. Look at it now. Look at how, the one thing about Facebook, I think, Facebook has suffered a huge blowback. I think a lot of people are having massive issues with the way they conduct, their business. And you were pointing out earlier, Kathy, a lot of people rely on Facebook for their business.
For their business,
and
yeah.
for the Facebook Messenger. So when you take a 7-hour hit, and so Zuckerberg was apologetic, but
especially if you're conducting current business,
like current business,
now, you've got you have a catering service or something like that, and you've got a booking 2-day, and you're communicating through that or something like that. Then
that's lost money.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
I still think someday, at some point, this is going to happen, and everyone is going to lose everything that they've had on Facebook and Instagram.
It happened in a way. Our friend Sarah, our calendar girl, she has, she has had a tremendous amount of followers, and Instagram just randomly dissolved her account.
But did they dissolve her account because of content?
Yes.
Was that it?
Yeah. I mean, listen, her content is very racy.
Yeah.
They ain't just randomly pluck her off.
Do you know? But you can't know for a fact because they never let you know for a fact.
Well, but that's
Okay.
so maybe that happens to some people, but I just think someday it's going to go down like it did yesterday, and when it comes back up, or if it comes back, all of our stuff's going to be on everyone. Like we're going to lose everything.
Yeah, and some people will lose more than others. Like we'll just lose some great photos and conversations and contacts with people. But yes, people that are running their business and have a lot invested in that, and their client list and all that stuff.
The client list, all that stuff. You're exactly right. And that's why it's a good thing to remind you when you post on social media, you don't own that stuff.
True.
They own it.
Well, and that's so what I was going to say is a friend of mine uses it for family photo albums. Like that's where she keeps her family out. And I'm like, it's going to go down one day. You're going to lose all your family pictures. Put it somewhere else.
You got to back that up on a disc and hang on to it.
I am over here hyperventilating because I've said that for years. Just archive everything. Yeah. Facebook is not your archive. You do not own Facebook. Right. It is just a site where you're posting. It happened to all of us with MySpace. We had photos out on MySpace, and then one day MySpace just disappeared.
Hey, question. What about iCloud? Because that's where all my pictures are.
Well,
do I own that?
So yes,
I'm renting storage space.
You're renting
do I own
storage
the data?
space. Well, that's a good question, Preston. I think it's a different dynamic. But my guess is in this day and age, if it's going to break, it's going to break towards the tech giant. You know? You'll be the one who'll be out.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if you guys think about it, but like this affected our company yesterday. We do a lot of ads and such on Facebook and Instagram. So
You do?
yeah.
Oh.
So a whole department of ours right across the hall.
I just thought we just did radio.
I want to go to Preston's world because it's a lot better. Yeah, that's I would love that.
And I have a whole bunch of friends that are brand managers, and they handle like 5 or 10 Instagram accounts for different restaurants and businesses, and they had whole digital plans yesterday that send this out at 9 o'clock, send this out at 2 p.m.
She's right, because
and all that stuff, and their whole days were blown up.
That's a meticulous thing that now Marissa's a whiz on this stuff, and we'll go and ask her for advice.
Mm-hmm.
But those little things like scheduled, advertisements to pop up, scheduled tweets. There's all this stuff that's set in motion that gets lost when these things go down.
You have a title in our digital department, don't you?
I do. I am Assistant Digital Program Director.
Yeah. Okay.
With Sarah Parker.
She's she's one of the big wigs.
Real
in
deal.
that
And
world,
I think
so.
the Bill likes to call me the digital producer of this show.
Yeah, I would agree.
We would have no digital.
I have zero digital presence.
I'm still trying to
Marissa
get on
wasn't a part of
MySpace,
it.
Preston.
Are you kidding me?
It's a revenue generator. I mean, it's a revenue generator for this company. It's a revenue generator for many companies. And so because of that, the positions like Marissa's are required, and she's great at it, but it helps bring in money to our company.
Thank God, because I got in this business to crack this microphone.
I know.
And that's what
It's
I do.
changed.
And it has.
Yeah, it's not just
I
ratings
wouldn't be
based.
I wouldn't be able to wear that hat as well.
No,
it's just not a space that I live in.
Yeah, and I learned how to figure out all the great things that you guys do and how to send it out to people who may have missed it in the morning.
There we go.
And catch
How
it
about
later.
that?
So there we go.
All right, let me take some calls. I'm going to go to Sean. Good morning, Sean.
Hi, good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Sean?
So yesterday I was on Messenger, which is connected through Facebook, and I messaged someone to buy something on Marketplace. There's always good deals on Marketplace. So I found something that I wanted to buy. I messaged the person, and I ended up driving about an hour away from my house. And I get to the apartment complex where I was going to meet the person in the parking lot, and I went to message them, and Messenger was down.
Okay, so you needed that next point of communication to make the deal to buy your drugs or whatever it is you're getting. No, I'm kidding. And therefore you were out. You had no way. So what ended up happening? Did you just kind of hang around and wait to see if they showed up?
So I beeped my horn for a little while.
You went from social networking to a horn.
Steve, he's now using Morse code.
Yeah.
We've stepped back like 5 steps in communication.
Yeah, I would have been yelling the person's name in the parking lot.
All right. So how did the horn work out for you, John?
So no one came out, and then this guy came out of the building, and I asked him if he knew this person's name. He said he didn't know him. So I'm like, all right. So I've been waiting here for like a half hour already.
May I jump in here, Sean? So your business with this person has been conducted on Facebook Messenger. At any point, did you ever get this person's number so that you could just actually call them?
I did not.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people do.
And you wouldn't need to.
Yeah,
No.
you don't
And
need
you don't
to.
want them.
I've
It's
got
a
them on-
stranger having
yeah,
your phone number.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
So you're sitting there. How long did you have to wait?
So I waited about a half hour. A guy came out, and then I asked him if he knew the person's name. He didn't know him, but he pointed me to this, I guess you could say like an information desk or building, like a directory or something.
Yes.
And I ended up talking to a lady at the desk and told her the guy's name. And she called him on the phone, and she was like, "Does this sound familiar? There's somebody waiting for you, to pick something up through Facebook." And he was like, "Oh yeah, that's the guy I was supposed to meet." So he actually came out.
Okay.
And I got to meet him. So
Did he in hindsight realize that you were the one honking the horn in the parking lot?
No, I don't even think he heard it.
I would have been
but,
out sooner. There's some jag-off hitting his horn.
But did he ever?
Here, Sean, let me hear your horn just so we know what it sounds like. I would have heard that.
Yeah. It's a loud horn.
That's
Yeah,
a loud
yeah.
horn. All right, Sean. Thanks a lot, man. Little inconvenience there.
I love that regression from super ultra high tech social media, a global communication system to your car horn.
He's honking out SOS. Oh my God, that's so funny. Let me go to Kelly. Hi there, Kelly. You're on the air. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Thank you, Kelly. What's up?
I was calling because my entire family, coworkers, I work in an operating room, everybody makes fun of me because I have an iPhone 8,
Okay.
but I don't want to get rid of the home button.
Ah.
So yesterday.
I used to think that way too. And then I got the other phone. I'm like, oh,
I don't
this is
have to
much
wear a
easier.
mask all day because I work in an operating room. I don't want to have, whatever. Anyway,
Okay.
yesterday, when WhatsApp went down,
Yeah.
I thought, oh, God, it's finally happened. I have to get a new phone.
The death bell.
And I texted my husband. I was like, we got to make an appointment with AT&T. Like, it's happened. And we made this whole plan. And then last night I got back on and I was like, no, it's actually just the whole system failed. I was very excited about it.
But stop and think about this, Kelly. You're excited because the whole system you rely on went down. Like, oh, this is awesome. So you
it
don't
wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't you.
That's great.
That's very funny.
Hang on to that thing, tooth and nail,
But
Kelly.
she makes a good point.
I will.
Thank you.
People in with the masks on lately and everything. How many times initially when you're putting your mask on and you're walking around with it and you held the phone up and you're like, what's with this goddamn thing? It doesn't recognize
oh,
you.
yeah, I got to enter the code. Let me go to Rachel. Hi there, Rachel.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Rachel. All right, so it says here you work in the digital world, correct?
Correct. So I'm on the board for a really big nonprofit here in the city. Shout out to the Superhero Project. But I also run the digital platform for like 3 or 4 other different companies. So I have 7 pages of on my Facebook app, and I, like Kathy had said, I had stuff scheduled yesterday. Like I had to put out, I had content, and so it really did make me rethink about, okay, going over to the website, got to update the website more because no one was getting the content that we wanted to deliver.
Let me ask you, Rachel. So, and recently with the piracy and locking companies out of their own websites and stuff like that, do you think these things in tandem, given what you do for a living, are going to make people look for ways to have more comprehensive backups, other portals through to get their messages out? Because this in a small taste, crippled a lot of people.
Correct. I think it's always good. I mean, I'm a website designer by trade to begin with. It's what I went to school for. And I think it's kind of like a brick and mortar store kind of thing. Like everyone goes to Facebook because it's free. I think everyone needs a website. You need to have that there. I mean, obviously the internet can go down, but like when an app goes down and your whole business is built on that, you got to rethink that. You have to rethink.
And if I may jump in here, Rachel, there are a number of companies that basically offer your own web building, like very simple web building tools, right? Website building tools. And so to get a website up and maintain it, I mean, so from where you're coming from,
money.
How much money is it?
I mean, I design like WordPress sites anywhere between $500 to $3,000. There are people who spend $10,000 on their website. I
Right.
just think like if you're going to have a website, if you're going to have a business or even a successful nonprofit, you need to invest in it. You know, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to have a Facebook page," and then you have to deal with those repercussions. And I wanted to say one more thing. You were talking about iCloud and owning storage and like having an archive for your photos. I have been the photo girl my entire life. You know, I was the girl with the point shoot in college. You know, I have hundreds of thousands of pictures of all my families and friends. I actually did a lot of research on this because, no, you don't own iCloud, Shutterfly, all those. If something happens to you, it's like if you pass away, those companies technically do not have to relinquish that information to your family members.
Wow.
So I found a company. It's called Forever.com. You pay for storage, so you're buying the storage of it, and that's where you can keep all your photos, your videos. They do tape, and if you have old VHSs, they do digital conversion for you, and you can actually set up people then so if I pass away, my brother, my sister, and my husband have access to my account.
Okay.
So
Interesting. So when you're scrolling through something like terms and conditions and then or updates or whatever, and then you just hit the OK button, automatically agree. You're basically agreeing to allow those companies to own your content. Is that right?
Pretty much, yeah. They own the storage. I mean, you're kind of renting it,
right?
You know, so in the end, you don't own that. So that's why I said it's literally Forever.com. There's a consultant that I use in the area here. It's kind of I call it Shutterfly on steroids.
All right.
You can set up your phone to automatically do digital backups and stuff like that.
For most people, I mean, and I hear where you're coming from. On the other side of the coin, as the earlier part of the conversation was addressing, Facebook is so simple and quick. That's why people default to it. But if you spend a little bit more time, you can do something that would not be subject to the situation that occurred yesterday. Correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Right.
I do Square. I design full-blown sites for people on using WordPress, but I help people with Wix.com, with Squarespace. I help people with those. I mean, they're template-based sites that are, you know, like I said, it's kind of like the brick and mortar of the digital world.
Yeah, Robin Lee, who's on here and does all sorts of she'll jump in and take over an air shift here and there and does internet and social media stuff for the multiple stations. She actually helped my wife set up her Max Fund website and having it's a comforting thing because all the information won't get lost if something goes down.
Right.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. Hey, Nick, it's Rachel from 6ABC. Love you guys.
All right, thank you. See you, Rachel, from 6ABC.
Yeah, she's fantastic. And she's very good at what she does, too. So bye, Rachel.
Bye, Rachel.
Yeah.
So bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Jenny. I think a good business model would be to so you set up an outlet and you give said outlet your Facebook handle and your Facebook passwords, and they will then print out all of your pictures for you on Facebook, so you don't have to do that.
I bet you that's coming next.
Right?
Print out all your photos?
Yeah.
Why not if you can upload them onto a hard drive?
Hard drive.
Well, you can do that as well, but I want them printed out. So for my business model, I want them printed out because you know that
thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures.
Yeah,
but something like that, whether it's print out or put somewhere else that you're going to own.
Yeah.
If it doesn't already exist, it's coming next because there's that company Legacy Box where you send your old VHS and whatever other formats of video that you have, and they'll give it back to you.
They'll archive it for you.
Yeah, they'll archive it and give it to you digitally.
Marissa?
It exists.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can find sites that will back up everything, and they'll also print out your photos and put them on like canvases and things like that.
What,
so you can
do you
hang
have
them
a site that does it?
I mean, I think you can put your like handles into like Shutterstock and Shutterfly or whatever those are.
Well, she just said Shutterfly is like, you don't own that.
Sure, but
my head's reeling now.
They will print.
Well, no,
Jesus.
because I do. I have backups of everything, but I would love for it to all be in one place.
I like that. I like that you have the final say on ownership, and you don't if it's on regular social media.
I want to go back to the issues that happened yesterday, and I have Ryan who is on the line. Ryan, good morning. Hey, Ryan, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
What's going on? Shout out to Canary Roll-Off Container Service. My job.
All right,
cool. Right now.
Shout
Word
out,
to your
man.
mother and my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yesterday I was off. I took my kids to a doctor's appointment, and since I was off for the day, I booked a job that I've been putting off at this paintball place down in on I and Erie. I've been doing a mural on the inside of it.
Oh, okay.
I sat there for 2.5 hours trying to get a hold of somebody, and all the internet kept saying is, sorry, trouble with feed.
All right, so
Sorry,
what app were you using to try to contact somebody with?
Instagram, the DM message.
Yeah, okay.
Man, the internet.
Yeah.
And it's kind of odd and funny. I mean, Steve, you're a bright guy.
I would like to think so, but I'm wrong.
And you make dudes feel dumb when you talk sometimes. Literally, Jackie this morning was talking, and her first story was talking about how Facebook had a crash and Instagram had a crash with Mark Zuckerberg as the owner of.
Yes.
And her follow-up story after that is how there was a whistleblower the night before.
Yeah.
And people ain't questioning, like...
No, there's plenty of
Oh,
people.
there's tons of questioning.
There's conspiracy theories left and right.
They just
about what
wanted to
happened
wait
yesterday.
until you chimed in, Ryan. They
Yeah.
wanted to make sure. No, listen. Besides all that, and there's more than enough conspiracy theories and actual stuff that's going around. But at least for this, on an actual thing, you lost business because of what happened yesterday. Correct?
Oh yeah, I didn't get a message back till like 6:30 at night.
And you can't. We're relying on this stuff so much, and you take a big hit if you don't have it. I wanted to address
Thanks,
Preston,
Ryan.
the thing of the marketplace. Kathy, are you on that at all? The Facebook?
Yeah.
A lot.
Not a lot, but I will sell stuff on there. Yeah.
Okay, and it's incredibly active, is it not?
Yeah. It's very
Yeah.
active. I mean, it's kind of like the safer, if you can say.
Right. Craigslist.
Right. Yeah. And like I more often use the yard sale sites where it's like you're on a site where it's only women in, a certain radius of, of the town or your home or whatever it is. But if it's a bigger item, a decent price, and I can't sell it on on the yard sale sites, then I'll go to Marketplace and post it there.
Okay. Real quick, I'm going to go back to Ed's been on hold for a while. He wanted to talk about the iCloud and ownership. Hi, Ed. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Good. So I think it was Rachel, maybe. I think she was a little inaccurate. So Apple does not own your data through iCloud. They're merely just a data center that are kind of holding the data for you.
Okay.
And the other thing, too, about like all these companies, they all have like these disaster recovery plans where when shit does hit the fan,
hang on. You can't say that on the radio.
No,
but
apologize.
When some stuff goes down.
hits the fan, when poopy hits the fan.
Yeah, poopy.
They all have these backups, right? So what's really interesting is that they have data centers all across the country. IBM has them, Amazon has them, and these data centers back up whatever on the website, whatever is on the iCloud, and then at the end of the day, all the data centers are backed up onto external disks. So when you think about it, our entire society is being held up by floppy disks.
It's wild.
It's wild.
I actually saw Ed a special on the cloud farms, the huge server farms that are in the middle of nowhere, where they'll find just acres and acres of super cheap land and set down like the Amazon server farms are enormous, and it's a little Skynet-ish,
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And they don't own your data. All they do is they give you specific size. So like with Apple, you have the 3 different plans. Apple Web Service or Amazon Web Services, you have different plans on. They give you the data or the availability of the space, but they don't own the data within there. Now, they can move that space from server to server. They can do whatever they want to as long as they don't hurt the integrity of the data.
Okay.
But they don't actually have ownership on it. Now, in terms of who it goes to if you die, like your next of kin, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure about that. But I do know that they don't own it.
Probably have to get lawyers involved in something like that. All right, Ed, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, this goes back to, and I know it's fiction, but and it's completely different from the movie, but in Ready Player One, in the book, they go into very great detail on how the entire world's business is handled through this thing called the Oasis.
Right.
The simulation system, but all the currency and all that is transacted through this, and education and all these other things, military. And I can't help but believe that a lot of it heads in that direction in real life.
And there's going to be problems. And I want to tell everyone, and please listen to me, what I've learned from Battlestar Galactica.
Yes.
Battlestar Galactica was not on the network. And
No.
listen to me. When the Cylons came back.
Yes.
Because
they were analog.
They could not infiltrate the Galactica.
That's right.
Right?
Save the universe.
Come on.
I'm always amazed at how new this tech still is. I mean, it's really only 15 years for social media.
Yeah, it is wild.
MySpace was, 2005, 2006, and you know,
It's
all
insane,
the
Nick.
leaps and bounds that we made in the last decade, the amount of business that's been ported over, and we're still in the infancy of all of it.
It's like the space program from Kitty Hawk to the moon.
Yeah.
I mean, it happened
Look at
in
that.
a flash.
On a timeline. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have, again, everything you say, I don't know, should we be doing that? And before you know that, there's a robotic dog making love to your wife. Oh my God. Maybe we should have tapped the brakes on this.
What was that other social media platform that, like, for like a hot minute, they were like, it's the next
Began with a
Instagram,
V.
and we all jumped.
Chat.
No, it began with a V.
And we all jumped on it, and we were like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, we're going to be on top of this."
Oh,
and then
yeah.
it went
Probably still have it.
nowhere.
I finally deleted that app, but it was like, this is going to be the next
the
big
next one.
one. And then we all-
Vero.
What is it?
Was it Vero?
It
Yeah,
sounds,
that makes
sounds
sense.
about right. But, man, you just never know. But
Remember chat roulette?
yes. Oh, my God. Chat roulette was kind of fun.
That was fun.
It was
Because
creepy,
we
too.
did it. We would time how long before he saw Wang.
Yeah. And it was about a
Oh.
minute.
It was
Oh.
like 3 clicks.
It was hilarious, man. But if you get lucky and you make the right investment in one of those emerging tech things, my God, you're writing your own check, man.
And the
for
good thing
rest of
is
life.
that almost always after you make that huge money and you own that huge information sucking company, you just want to do right by people.
Oh, right? Yeah, that's all you want to do. Help humanity.
Yep.
But it's a gamble, man. All right, well, anyhow, hopefully it didn't affect you too much. And we got a lot of calls like freeprints.com. Thank you, Dave says. We'll print your photos, Casey.
Okay.
There's a ton of them up here. Somebody says, wait a minute, let me go to this call first. I'm going to go to Steph. Hi, Steph, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Preston. Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up, Steph?
I work at Whole Foods, and I've seen you at Whole Foods before, but I think I saw Kathy yesterday, but I wasn't sure because I couldn't check Instagram because it was down.
You were trying to verify through pictures. All right, I can ask you a couple questions. Was she wearing a tube top and platform heels?
Stop it.
No, she was not.
Oh,
Okay.
that wasn't me because
Then that
that's what
was-
I had on yesterday at work. That's why Steve's saying
Oh,
that.
my God.
Steph, it was me. I was at Whole Foods yesterday with my son.
You're
Okay,
hilarious.
so I helped you with your Amazon code, but I was like, oh my God, that's gotta be Kathy Romano. And everyone at work is like, you're such a creep. And I was like, no, I'm not.
Wait, were you were the one that was like, this idiot's waiting in the wrong line to make her Amazon return? Was that you?
No, that was not me. But I scoped you out. I was on register, and I saw you.
Oh, you were on the register. Okay.
Oh my God.
Because they changed where you make the Amazon returns. And so, like a dum-dum, I was standing in the old line with the big sign plastered right there that says we don't do Amazon returns here anymore.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and I'm
No.
waiting.
Well, Steph, you can now go back to those people who scoffed at you and tell them they were wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Love you, Steph. Thanks for calling. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have
All
a
right.
good day.
You too.
I always get a little nervous, like when people see me at stores like that, because Jace was with me and it was after school. And so he's tired. It's like
Yeah.
a little chaotic. And like, I'm just trying to like get what I need really quick. And he's antsy to get home. So he's talking to me and can I get this? What are we going to do when we get home? Do you think I could play video games? And like, you can't concentrate. All I need is like 3 things and it takes me 2 hours.
Do you unleash?
Shut up! No. I don't mean, I just mean like, it's very, I'm just like, okay, come on, hold on, wait, I need carrots. I need cabbage. Like, it's just chaotic.
Well, listen, you're not supposed to put on a presentation at Whole Foods, you know?
I know.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. We need to take a break because we want to keep it close. We're going to have your chance to win $500. And if for some reason the internet does not work for you, you can use a thing called a telephone to text in and win, possibly. But you can also use the MMR app and go to WMMR.com.
Right.
So there are many options, and that is with MMR's Money Clip. So we will take a break, come back, have that for you, as well as the stupid question. And don't forget, not the stupid question, we're going to have the bizarre file. We already did the stupid question, but Henry Winkler is going to be on the show. Tobias Forge of Ghost will be on the program. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Acme Markets proudly
Crevices
supports
and cracks.
Preston
Yeah.
and Steve's
Ladle
Camp
sacks
Up.
are yummy.
I remember in high school there was an outbreak in our school, but it was everyone who was getting it down there.
Yeah. And so it seems like it's few and far between that we have scabies outbreaks. I always consider that one of those bizarre peripheral things like scurvy and gout.
There was that, the guy that I told you about that wanted to go halvesies on the fleshlight?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, again, take that in. Nick knows someone who wanted to go halvesies on a fleshlight.
Yeah.
God, I hate him.
Yeah, me too. I love him, but I hate him. But there was an outbreak of it in college.
Is this guy an Elvis impersonator by any chance?
No. But he was at the Nationals game last night. But he was in college. He got scabies, and he got it through sexual contact. And so we would make fun of him incessantly afterwards. And the way that we'd make fun of him was just by saying scabies every time we would walk by. But yeah, he got it through sexual contact with a very dirty girl.
Okay, all right. By the way, Steve, you mentioned scurvy. Scurvy, I read the other day, is making a comeback.
Of course.
It's all the rage. Because of like fasting diets and things like that.
Oh,
People
that's
are not,
awesome.
They're not getting the vitamin C that they need, I guess.
We thought we'd missed out on it, Preston, because we weren't able to take the trip to the New World.
Yeah, it's a vitamin C deficiency, and it can make you really, really sick.
It's like fruit and stuff like that was how you fought it, right?
Yep.
And leprosy, we learned, is making a comeback.
That's where the term limeys came from, is when the English would travel, they would load up all these limes to try and keep scurvy away. Hang on a second. Maddie has scabies, and Kathy's going to leave the room now. She doesn't even want to be on the phone with somebody with scabies. Hey, how you doing, Maddie?
Good. I had scabies.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, it says actually has scabies.
Yes,
Okay.
I had scabies, and it was horrible. I think I got it on the Appalachian Trail because there was no STD thing going on.
Yep. Okay. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, and that's possibly where this particular outbreak came from. But I'll get into those details in a moment. How bad did it get for you?
It was horrible, dude. Every fold in your skin on your body, they burrow into and they lay eggs, and there's these little tunnels. It's horrible. And
You're laughing as you're talking about scabies tunnels.
Yes.
Yeah.
These tunnels, they're like under your skin, like in your knuckles and the creases of your finger.
Die.
So Maddie,
Kathy, in your junk too.
in your junk. Okay, we're looking at a picture. You're right, Maddie. It says skin condition caused by burrowing mite.
And they lay the eggs in there, yeah.
They lay the eggs. It was horrible. They gave me this poison that I had to rub all over my body.
Yep.
And I had to wait like an hour and let it seep in. And then blistering caused. There was blistering afterwards.
Maddie, let me ask you: did they make the trip down to your junk? Did you have it around that region?
They were anywhere there's a fold or a crease. There is burrowing mite.
And not for anything. Go ahead.
Here's the reason why it spreads like that. The incubation period is 2 to 6 weeks.
Oh my God!
Before the itching even occurs, so it gets all over your body. These
And you
things,
don't know yet?
And like you said, Maddie, listen. It says the doctor in this story said you apply this cream. It's a topical prescription from scalp to toes. Every part of the body.
Everywhere, and it burns.
And then you have to sleep overnight with it on. They said it needs to be on for 8 to 10 hours for it to work properly. Yeah.
Do you have to put it in the butthole?
Oh, my God.
You put it everywhere, Preston.
Okay.
Thank you for clearing your throat.
Do you have to put it butthole?
No, I'm a 40-year-old man, and I had it when I was 30, and I had to have my mother rub the cream on my back.
Well, you didn't have to.
Yeah, I would have.
Mommy, can you
who else am I going to ask?
I don't know.
Thanks, Maddie. I appreciate it.
Maybe like a girlfriend or wife.
Somebody who could put it in your
mother. I have to go over to my 30-year-old single son and rub ointment in his ass.
That is horrifying.
Yeah, that's nasty.
I did not realize the burrowing was an issue. That that adds a whole other realm of hell to it. I always thought it was a slightly bit more benign, but it does sound very similar to genital crabs.
So they said the outbreak was caused by a camping trip that some of the students attended.
Oh, they went to Whore Island.
The doctor said they all hung out together, which is the typical story for scabies. Some of the kids we did see a few of them, and that that most likely it was just because they were all in close contact with each other. They were camping.
Oh yeah,
And that's when the whores come in.
It's true. So sleeping bags and things of that nature, and camping tents. It's a confined space.
I've had a few texts come in, and also it looked like a call had been up as well. Were you guys familiar with chiggers?
Yeah. Chiggers, yes.
Yeah. Growing up I lived in the South for a little while, and we would always warn about, those look like chigger bites. Which were painful. I mean, because you could scratch them until they bled almost. I mean, as a kid, it was just it itched so much you wouldn't stop scratching.
That's why that park went out of business at Chiggerland.
Yeah, no, that's Digger World.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of. But anyhow, I don't know if they're the same.
They're related, I guess.
Are they?
Yeah, they're also mites. They're just different kind of mites.
Chiggers, I always assumed were a little bit bigger.
I don't know. Mites, I guess, you can't really see them.
No, these ones are called trombiculid mites.
Okay.
Which are different than the scabies mites.
By the way, there are little creatures all over your body all the time, Kathy.
I
right?
plan on it.
Oh, stop it.
Like in your hair follicles?
Not constantly. Oh, you're crawling in and out of all sorts of orifices.
No, not mine.
And then, of course, they have to defecate.
Right. I mean, they are alive.
I mean, and so all over your body, there's little recesses where they're crapping.
Right.
And then having sex.
Interesting.
In your own body.
Growing up, my dogs would get fleas all the time.
Yeah.
And it's never been an
That's
issue.
from sleeping with dirty dogs.
No, but I mean, it's kind of an invasive species.
It's incredibly invasive.
And
once you get it in the house,
we had to have our house bombed a couple of times. And because, my one dog, he would just kind of like hop the fence and run the neighborhood. So I don't know where you pick up fleas. Where do you?
Anywhere.
Any street corner. You should dress like slutty.
Nothing quite like Scabby Welts, man.
Yeah.
That's
the old bluegrass singer.
His name is Scabby Welts, and he sold more records in Pakistan than Slim Whitman. Hi, I'm Scabby Welts. It's great here to provide you folks with music. Music that'll make you want to scratch.
He and Boxcar Willie went out on tour together, so.
But he died of scratching himself to death.
Yeah. Scabby Welts. You remember Scabby?
Yeah.
From the good old
Order
days.
now and get a second collection from Pussy Fistula.
Oh, my God. Let's see if we can get an answer to our stupid question. Wow. I don't know who's on the phone. I don't know what they have to say. So I think our phone screener's messed up here. So
this is Guess the Caller Wednesdays, Preston. It's a new thing.
Okay. Hang on now. My phone lines aren't even lit up. I gotta.
Okay.
Casey has to do what's called retake the board.
You need a gun?
No, it's a little step process where he has to hit a few buttons. And can I try it?
You can try it.
Go
All
for
right,
it.
let me see here.
For it.
No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. So now he's got to do
Is
this.
this because of cleaning?
Of course it is.
Oh, it is.
You touched something.
I didn't do the board.
Try now, bro.
All right. Hi. No. It shows that somebody has them on the line right now.
Did Bill Weston do the board?
No,
Hey, Casey,
Robin did the board.
Can you talk to them through that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, Casey's going to interpret. Ask the person who's on the phone.
Hey, WMMR, who's this? John, how you doing, bro? What's your
All right.
answer, man? What's the question?
Ask John. So the angles in a triangle add up to how many degrees?
Yeah, how many degrees, bro?
Bro.
He says 180. Is that right?
John's right.
Wait, hold the earpiece up to the microphone.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear this.
All right.
Hey, wait. I got to wait for the bells and
No,
whistles.
you'd have to put the other one so we could hear him.
Hear him.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, there you go. Hey, John, can you hear me? No, Casey, there. Jesus. Let me try this again. John, can you hear me? John, say something. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear him. Casey's actually holding the handset up to the microphone.
He was talking, John. Can you hear
I know,
him?
but we can't. The mic.
Yeah,
just barely.
By the way, I think he said his name is Ken.
Now, is this John or Ken? He did say Ken.
That's why I wasn't answering.
All right, listen, Ken. Sammy's got to go.
We gotta go. You won.
Oh dear God! Wow. All right.
Give him his goddamn prize.
So the answer is 180 degrees.
All right.
I think we have it. I think it's
I have
fixed
no
now.
empathy.
Hold
I
on.
have no
Wait. No, it's not. I just hit the button and nothing happened.
It's not.
That sucks. It's not working, Case.
Great.
We were going to play the whoosh, whoosh.
Oh, jeez.
Nothing is working.
How did they clean the board with a hammer?
No, we use Q-tips.
Q-tips attached to hammers?
We specifically didn't hit any buttons or unplug anything.
Or you did.
Or
push buttons.
Totally did.
And had lesbian love on the board.
Casey's trying to fix this so that we can hear that wonderful sound effect, but it's going to take a little while, so I'll move on.
I bet you other shows can play woot woot.
Okay, now the board just disappeared on me.
Everything's shut down.
I wonder if we're even on the air.
Are we on the air right now?
Oh, no.
Marissa, can you go into the other room and just kind of give us a thumbs up? Let us know if you can hear us on the.
I think things would sound different
on the radio
in our
waves.
headphones if we were
This is
on
the
air.
longest emergency broadcast signal of all time.
Right. It's literally the board, which is normally lit up with all kinds of crazy blinking lights, is now dead. All right, now it came back on. All right.
Yeah.
Yep, we're good to go.
Marissa says yes.
We're still on the air. Congratulations, guys. We were talking earlier about the three women behind home plate at the World Series, flashing their bibbies. By the way, did that make it on national television?
Oh, yeah.
It did, yes.
I don't care about the World Series now. So.
There was no mistaking it, and I find myself watching behind home plate a lot. I don't know
I
why,
always do
but
too.
I get distracted by it, and then you saw this coming on, and it was one of those things where the instant reaction was, "Wait, did I just see what I think I just saw?" Yeah,
right.
Are the mooning and the pressed ham as big anymore?
I mooned somebody last week.
You did last week?
Yeah.
I
was going to press ham, but I didn't want to. It was down the hall at the other studio.
I didn't see.
Wait, our own coworkers?
Yeah.
I didn't see bare ass yesterday, but I did see a man spread his butt cheeks on the streets of Philadelphia.
What?
Why?
So we were at Steven Singer Jewelers, and we were walking over there, and somebody had pulled over to it was at right at 8th and Walnut, insanely busy there, okay? So this person had parked his car in a non-parking spot too close to the corner. A city bus is making the turn. The car's parked where it shouldn't be, so the bus can't make the turn. The car is in the way. So the bus driver starts leaning on the horn. Well, the guy who had parked the car happened to be standing right there, and he didn't like that. And he starts flipping off the bus driver. Meanwhile, everybody else is honking their horn, going, dude, move your car, move your car. And the guy bends over, spreads his butt cheeks. I took video after it.
Did he drop trow?
No, he didn't, but he wanted to. He was pointing to his ass and spreading his butt cheeks.
Was he like, "Excuse me, may I ask you a few questions?"
No, but he was spreading his butt cheeks and pointing to it. So it wasn't a full-on moon, and it wasn't pressed ham, but it was
still
very entertaining.
Yeah.
So this chick is winning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's talking about
Are you kidding me? Yeah, done deal. Yeah, of course. But she was winning when God gave her a DNA structure that ended up working out nicely.
But this strategy has worked.
Yeah. So the thing is what do you do next? What's how do you top that?
I think you try to become a Supreme Court judge.
Maybe you do that.
All right, guys. When's the next game? Is it tonight?
Yep.
All right.
You going to do it, Case?
Preston and Steve butt plug. Behind home plate. What do you think? Do you think that'll get us some?
What do you mean?
If I put a butt plug in and I moon the camera and it says Preston and Steve on it.
I didn't know.
I thought this was a charity thing.
I thought it was a charity event.
I thought he was talking about promoting a charity.
All right, I'll put a can of something up there instead.
Yeah. But
It'll be the Camp Out for Hunger.
We say butt plug all the time.
How about inserting a mag light?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were going actual butt plug.
No, is it Preston Steve butt? Yeah, I guess you're. No.
There's a fan there putting a full police mag light into his butt.
You know, the game sure has changed, Ralph.
It's for breast cancer.
Yeah.
You got to get to Houston tonight, Case. It's not in D.C. Sorry.
Yeah. Houston, maybe.
Well, you see, D.C. would have been doable.
Right. All right. How much for a
D.C. was viable, but Houston seems extraordinarily difficult.
Wait, what did you say? How much for a mag light?
No. How much, I may have said that. How much? No. For behind the home plate seats.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, do you carry full-size mag lights like the police use? It's for my butt.
You check that, or you buy it when you get to Houston? Like
you can buy that when you get to Houston.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's for breast cancer month.
Yeah. Wow.
No, I would do it for Camp Out for Hunger. I mean,
there you go.
That is the obvious.
Still abundance.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that way the next time we're
the story.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the fine folks at Revivalist Spirits, voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery. And they offer online ordering and delivery of gin, vodka, bourbon, and pre-made cocktails to all Pennsylvania residents. Just use the promo code Preston if you'd like to get 10% off of your purchase. RevivalistSpirits.com. And we'll start with a story about some spirits. This is pretty messed up, man. 4 people died in Calabria, Italy, from carbon dioxide inhalation on Saturday after they tried to save one another from the fumes given off by their homemade wine.
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of anything like this.
2 brothers, Giacomo and Valerio Scafano, 70 and 50 years old, and father and son Santino and Massimo Carnaval, 70 and 45 years old, died from inhaling the gases produced by a vat of fermenting grapes in the cellar of their home.
This is the way Kathy wants to go out.
Police say the family had gathered to stir the wine and transfer some of the homemade alcohol into a set of oak barrels. Valerio Scafano had been making the wine at home while under house arrest for the crime of stalking, by the way, according to police. It is unknown which member of the family was first to enter the cellar, but all 4 of the men were found dead underground by emergency services. A 36-year-old woman thought to be the daughter-in-law of one of the men was responsible for raising the alarm before she, too, fell unconscious from the fumes. She was resuscitated at the scene by firefighters and subsequently transported to the hospital where she made a recovery. Now, fermentation, of course, is the process that turns the grape juice into wine. Over time, yeast will consume the grapes, natural sugars, and then produces alcohol. But along with that, a byproduct is a considerable amount of carbon dioxide. If you've ever been to a brewery,
yes,
when they're brewing beer, all this carbon dioxide is bubbling out, and you need to have a well-ventilated area. The carbon dioxide fumes sink to the bottom of the confined spaces. It's heavier than the air, and can be extremely dangerous as they are colorless and odorless, meaning inexperienced winemakers, particularly those who make their own homemade wine, can easily be caught.
So they had nowhere near the ventilation they needed where they were.
And they had no idea it was happening because they couldn't tell that it was just all of a sudden you start getting dizzy.
Yeah.
And then, if you try to start making your way up the stairs, you're gone, man.
God,
man. That's pretty wild. All right. Proof that dinosaurs still roam the earth. There's video of an alligator that must be the size of a pickup truck eating a smaller alligator, which itself is kind of big. I saw the clips of this video. It was posted by a guy from Horry County, South Carolina.
A lot of whores there.
Who says his pops filmed this from their backyard in the swampy low country. The clip picks up with the smaller gator already well inside the larger one's mouth, looking quite dead and getting munched on in slow, eerie fashion. The massive beast takes a couple of chomps at it before his meal is making its way down his gullet, and it quickly disappears. He swallows the whole thing. Now, the weirdest thing is that the little gator is supposedly 6 feet long.
6 feet long. No. Yeah, I saw. So, Preston, we're looking at the video. You're looking for something to compare the size of the larger gator to, but even without that, you're looking at a enormous head.
Yes.
Look, that is as prehistoric looking as you can get.
Yeah, they're saying, according to the Twitter poster, he said that the little gator was about 6 feet long.
So this thing's got to be like 15 feet?
Yeah, and that's happened. You've definitely seen them that big before. I don't know exactly. I don't know if they've tracked down this gator or even if they need to, because he's just doing. But it's cannibalism. He's eating his own
That's
kind.
what kills me. I mean, there are human cannibals, but there's something about nature. I'm going to eat my exact species next to me.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
No.
All right, this is a much lighter story, an interesting, though, one. A 40-year-old Honda motorcycle with 0 mileage on it has been rediscovered and is up for auction after the disapproving father of its first teen owner had banned him from riding it and locked it away in a storage bin for decades.
So it's in mint condition.
I mean,
nothing. Never run.
Never been run.
Wow.
This is somewhere in England. So the 1981 Honda CB100N was bought brand new by the youngster in his youth while he lived with his parents. However, his boyhood fantasy of riding a motorcycle never materialized because his strict father banned him from riding it. Instead, the machine was left to languish in storage for the next 4 decades. After his father died, the unnamed owner, who is now in his 50s, was tasked with cleaning out his house and stumbled upon this old but immaculate bike. He agreed to sell the time capsule Honda to a neighbor named Graham Tozer, who has now put it up for sale at auction.
Oh, it's got to be worth a lot,
The
right?
odometer displays the exact mileage of a mere 0.4 of a mile. Mr. Tozer said he was born in the house and spent all of his life there. When he was a youngster, he really wanted his own motorcycle, but when he brought it home, his dad wouldn't let him ride it. Like, he saved up for this to buy it, but his father said, you're not going on that. You can stick it in the shed. And apparently his dad was really strict. He was ex-military, and he was the boss of the house, and it just sat there for all this time.
First motorcycle I ever rode was a Honda.
Nice. You know what, Steve? Oddly enough, the sale of the estimate is the estimate of the sale is only like $4,000, which I find surprising. And you look at the bike, and it looks old. It's of a real old design.
It's a cool design.
But it's
a
cool
design
looking.
that's meant for burning your legs on the exhaust pipe.
Yeah, totally. But that sucks that his dad never let him ride it, man.
Bastard.
All right, one last story. Nobody's going to forget this newlywed married couple's first dance. A videographer in the UK was filming the dance recently when a man's voice can be heard over the speaker saying, Spencer's ass looks so fat right now.
Oh, my God.
Apparently, a microphone left on a table picked up the comment. In the video clip, laughter can be heard. The TikTok user who uploaded the clip captioned it, what happens when you leave the mic at the head table with the best man during your first dance?
Oh, my
Spencer's
God.
ass is incredibly fat. And the bride's mother looks like such a slut.
The video quickly went viral of the incident.
People who are unaware of whether the wireless mics are transmitting.
It's the best.
Those stories are great.
All right, and there you go, your bizarre file for this morning. All right, let's take a break. You know what, Case, do I have... Oh, well, first, let me tell you, we got about 5 minutes left for you to enter the word VIEW, V-I-E-W, for the MMR Money Clip giveaway, so get on that. But we have these movie screening passes for next week. And this is a screening of Halloween Kills.
Oh.
And it is going to be... It's a week from today, actually, at the UA King of Prussia. It'll be at 7 o'clock. Then it opens October 15th. So we'll take callers 7 and 8 at 215-263-WMMR. And speaking of Halloween Kills, the band Ghost is going to have a song in the movie, and I think it's Hunter's Moon.
It is Hunter's Moon.
The one that we're playing.
Yes.
And we're going to have Tobias Forge, the man that is Ghost, on the show later on today around 9 o'clock. So he will be joining us. We'll take a break and come back in a second. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business Love You, Help You line.
Hey, this is Elizabeth and Jason. And together we own Stretch Lab Collegeville on the corner of Main Street and 29 in the Collegeville Shopping Center.
We opened our doors in September, so it's been quite a ride.
But the
We're here to help you stand
award
taller,
show in
run
Washington.
faster.
Right. They remember, they play little clips.
I'm Kelly Ripa, and everyone was moved to tears when Casey put a mag light in his butt.
And said, F hunger in the butt.
Those inspiring words are now etched on marble.
That's the statement trying to be made.
Yeah.
F hunger in the
F
butt.
hunger in the mud. Camp out.
Can't wait to see those signs this year.
Oh, my God, no.
No, you can't. It's offending.
Have your son or daughter.
Yeah.
Camp out for hunger. Let's circle back to the royal family for just a moment. Kate Middleton and Prince William discussed marriage while they were dating in order to take the pressure off of themselves and make sure they wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. In royal correspondent Katie Nichols' new book, Kate, the Future Queen, she writes, there on the Paradise Island, William promised Kate that he was in the relationship for the long term. For the very first time, they talked seriously about marriage, and with the ocean before them and beneath the night sky, they made a pact to marry.
My dearest Kate, I love you.
What island were they on, does it say?
It says the Paradise Island. I don't know if that means Paradise Island in the Bahamas or not.
Yeah, they went to like a Club Med thing.
Yeah.
Unlimited drinks and you don't have to tip. I left my wallet at home. I can't get enough of Buster Poindexter.
They played a hot. Everywhere you go.
It's like Marley in Jamaica.
Hey.
Totally. Oh, my God. He's walking. He's got 2 drinks with the little umbrellas in his hand. Do a little sachet.
ID.
As the music's playing.
More jerk chicken, please.
The pair did split.
They call it oatmeal, but it tastes like tapioca.
The pair did split temporarily after they made that pact, but all's well that ends well. Of course, they got married in 2011. They have 3 kids, and it's a wonderful, beautiful relationship.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Speaking of beautiful relationships, Amy Schumer and Chris Fisher shocked many when they got married in a secret beach ceremony 2 years ago. But ever since, the pair have turned into couples goals for many. She posted a tribute to him, acknowledging what has changed and what hasn't since welcoming a baby together. She wrote, but before we had our little babe, it was just us. I love Chris so much. I hope whoever you are with is so kind to you and also drives you. Oh, I hope whoever you are with. Is there some of the shut up? Just improv that you have been known to, become to known as. I haven't heard that in a while.
It's been a while.
No, I hope whoever you are with.
Yes, is there some of the improv that you have been come to known as?
From Touchstone Pictures, The King's Speech 2.
Is there some of the improv that you have been come to known as?
Oh my God. Oh. I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea. Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay. No. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance. But some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yes. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's
way,
the royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, yo, dude, I can see your panties?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties. So the Kardashians won big as well last night. And they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they They actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It's been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine
It doesn't.
ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian was dedicated to us!
Like, I get to see them sitting around, like, when we win, we should, like, dedicate to somebody so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys are doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a field source war. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention, everyone. The Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that superheat and that whipped up win. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. So the only reason that I might consider something like that is after grooming in my intimate areas, is that the stubble sucks.
Prespo, I'm waiting. One second, honey.
You get a little itchiness for a day or two.
So what do you use?
When it freshly grows
use
back
an electric shaver?
Yeah.
That's what I use
electric
for safety,
razor.
And I like to be shorn tightly for that porn look.
You know.
I just don't find it hygienic. I don't want to have a knotted. I don't want to look like the legend of Boggy Creek down there.
I only do it like every couple months. Just like, oh yeah, it's getting a little long. So
I mean, I do 100 brushes every night.
Oh, gross.
1 second, I'm like Marsha Brady with her hair pressed.
and the stubble's a bitch, but
in the mirror.
That's the only thing I might consider.
So
why I would consider something.
Press, you get your dogs groomed?
Yeah, we do.
All right, so do you have boy dogs?
Do you let them do your crotch?
Well, because I have 2 male dogs, and they have to like shave their peens and their heinies.
Yeah.
Which I've like.
Did you ask if I avoid the dogs?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I was gonna say.
You get thrown off by the peens and heinies.
Do you have a boy or a girl?
We
or
did
both?
the nails, the teeth, and the peens and heinies.
That's the name of the place, Peens and Heinies.
Peens and Heinies.
If you guys been us on the 202, it's called Peens and Heinies.
Come on in.
By the way, I heard Casey on the phone with his groomer the other day, and he was like, so I've been told when I bring my dog back that he's not too calm and that we need some extra help.
I had to get
a big dog.
I had to go and get sedatives for him. I had to go to the vet.
Poor thing.
Dude. And what's crazy about this, and Steve, you can probably attest to this, is that dog is the dog that I want to introduce to strangers because he's so lovely and nice and all this stuff. And the other one,
check out that peen.
But the other dog, who will like literally tear a stranger to shreds, is fine at the groomer, right? Like. It's like they change personalities when they get. And my cats were the same way at the vet.
I use the service that comes to the house.
Yeah, I should probably have that.
And the same lady?
It's Avery.
Yeah, I used her. She was good.
Avery's is great, and they show up, and so the whole deal is they get used to going out of the house, right up, step up into the van, which is parked right by your house, right there, and they get it done because otherwise I don't want to have them have a full-blown seizure. And, man, the peen and hiney is great. My dog is peenless, so it's just hiney.
Yeah.
My female.
Yeah, but so somebody was also telling me that a way to sort of combat that, because it's the hairdryer, is to, like, when he's eating, run a hairdryer next to him while he's eating so he doesn't. I know. He's going to never eat again.
Is this the big dog?
This is the big dog.
Yeah. What's the big dog's name?
Reggie.
Reggie.
Yeah.
The dog's huge. Dog is huge and thinks it's a lap dog.
That's the black and white one?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually not that big. I mean, he's only 74 pounds. Like, he looks bigger because of his fur.
Preston, you have Yorkies. That's a huge difference.
They're the doodle variety, so they get really hairy. So you have to groom them.
Doodle peen.
Yeah.
Doodle Peen. That was a kid show, wasn't it? Doodle Peen?
Hi, I'm Doodle Peen. On today's adventure, we teach you how to shave your ass. Shave it real good. Doodle Peen. Showing you how to groom your genitals.
Doodle peen, I have an issue right behind my testicles.
Well, it's easy. Use fly strips.
And now another adventure with Doodle Peen.
Man, it can get awful smelly down there.
Oh, my God.
Like a filthy whore.
Hey, we're going to wrap this up. We got to start
Wrap it up.
We got to
Hey,
start on
kids,
the road.
tune in next week for another episode of Doodle Pee.
All right. With that, we're going to take a break. Kylie Jenner has been hanging out with Drake.
Oh, great.
This
a month after her split from Travis
This
Scott.
story keeps coming back. Do you think there's something going on between them, or do you care? I'll give you both questions.
Well, I don't care, but most of these stories or most of the comments from quote-unquote sources say that they're just friends. They've known each other for a long time.
I'll tell you what, we talk about the surgical enhancements, and we talk about, the people who overdo it. Whoever, I mean, if you look at Kylie, she's an attractive woman.
Yeah.
And besides the lips, there's she's had a ton of other work done, but nothing where you see all the lines and zippers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's almost like I get mad because it's like you're a billionaire because of what you look like. And that's not what you look like. It's, like A-Rod, is he going to get into the Hall of Fame for baseball because you were juiced up half of your career? So it's almost like your numbers are tainted.
Well, the most clear aspect of the whole hypocrisy of this thing is that what got her over the threshold, what started the Kylie Jenner empire, was the Kylie lip kit, and her lips were surgically enhanced.
Yep. I say to you, Greg.
But is it an indictment of the country?
I'm wearing Kylie lip today.
Oh, I hate you.
I know.
Why?
It actually looks good.
I told you I bought it. Yeah.
I know.
I got it at Ulta. I tried one color, and I like it. It's pretty good.
You're giving her money.
I want my lips to look good, all right?
Yeah. Doesn't
Get
even
off
look
my back!
Doesn't look like you're wearing anything.
That's
like
Kylie
natural color.
genius.
That's what it is. That's what I got. I got kind of like a neutral color.
She is...
It's like the Emperor's New Clothes.
Yeah.
It's like doesn't even... All right, anyway, I got it.
Without all of the surgical enhancements, she's still an attract. She's East Delco hot,
She's
right?
cute. Yeah. East Delco hot?
Yeah.
I think she's just Delco hot.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, she's not Radnor hot.
I see your point.
All right.
Emmy-winning SNL actress Kate McKinnon is set to headline a new series on UCP.
The hell is that?
I don't know.
Is it the Paramount Network?
I don't know.
Is that Uck?
The series, it's Uck.
You guys watch Uck?
The series...
Tonight on Uck.
Is it, what the hell?
Where's that sound coming?
All right, thanks, Kath. I think I'm going to do something here because we have an interview coming up in a few minutes. We're going to be talking to Tobias Forge. I'm trying to figure out what we need to do time-wise here.
When is he scheduled for?
He's at 9, but we need to do this segment break and then come back with him at 9 o'clock, which means we have just a little bit of time to play with here. Let me do a couple of shout-outs.
All right, let's do it.
This one says, hey, I know that it won't happen today, this is obviously late notice, but today is my son's 15th birthday. His name is Luke, and I was wondering if we could have a shout-out sometime this week from his dad, and that is from Chris Dysenbrook.
Yeah.
Bruck?
Yeah.
So here's a shout-out. Happy birthday to you, Luke. And this one says, hey, my name is Jeff. I wanted to give a shout-out to my wife because she definitely deserves it. My wife is an event coordinator for Jamie Hollander, which is based out of New Hope. Last year around Thanksgiving, she was diagnosed with stage 1B breast cancer. So on top of the stresses of the surgeries and medications that she has had to take, she also has to deal with food orders being messed up, making sure the venues are perfectly set up, and having to deal with brides and sometimes their parents, all while having a beautiful smile on her face. Please, if you could, give her a shout-out. Thanks, Preston and Steve, you guys rock. That is from Jeff Nichols. So to his wife, whose name we do not know, but you know who you are. And let's see, 2 butt plugs. May I have 2 butt plugs, please?
And a side of curly fries.
This is, I'm hoping to get a plug for the rescue I foster for PA Pit Stop, located in the greater Reading area. We've been working very hard for our first Paw Fest, which is this Sunday from noon to 5 at the Reading Lighter Crans, which is located in Reading. It's on 143. It says Spook Lane in Reading, PA. We currently transport puppies and dogs, mostly from southern Texas, right here to PA. And for most of this is a life-saving 40. For most of us, this is a life-saving 40-hour trip up north. Or
That's
for
wonderful.
them.
Yeah.
We work to get as many dogs off the streets and into loving homes. And that is from Samantha from Shillington. So there's a butt plug there. And then another one, I thought this was kind of fun. This is from Samantha Dupay. She says, I'm contacting you all to tell you about my family's haunted attraction that will benefit your Camp Out for Hunger event. Oh, sweet. A little early. My mother and stepfather have worked for a local haunted attraction for many years, scaring folks and having the time of their lives. We are that horror-loving family through and through. My family has an amazing idea for this year's haunted attraction at my mom's home in Havertown, which is let's do our own haunted walkthrough for our favorites, Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger. My mom, stepdad, myself, all my siblings, and a few family members are the actors. The theme is Welcome to Our Nightmare. This is someone's nightmare that guests are walking through scene by scene. And she spelled out all the scenes, and I'm not going to read them here because you want to be surprised by those if you go to them. But she just said, canned good or non-perishable food item for the Camp Out for Hunger is the admission.
I love that.
So I don't think they're going to run for any prizes or anything. They just wanted to throw that out there. So she asked if she could get a sign for the front lawn and maybe a shout-out on the air. Well, you can get the signs and things like that at WMMR.com.
Yes.
So, Samantha, I'm going to put that on you. You go to WMMR.com and you can do the type in the search bar, Camp Out for Hunger, and you'll find the whole package of what you need to get your own food drive started. By the way, they're located at 209 Maryland Avenue in Havertown. They're going to run this every Sunday for the rest of October.
That's great.
So it's just a private home.
Yeah.
And you can go by and do a little fun little family haunted house.
Did they want a chart or are they?
We'll do a chart.
All right.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of a butt plug, but we'll do that. So 6 to 9 p.m. every Sunday in October. It's 209 Maryland Avenue in Havertown, PA.
When I was in high school, I was part of the CYO. It's a Catholic youth organization for my parish, and we did a haunted house every year.
Right.
And it started when I was in high school, so we would spend weeks building this thing. First, it was in the church basement, but then that church burned down, so then we ended up putting it in the school gym, and we had so much fun doing it. First of all, it was just, it was building it and, and being a part of that whole thing, and then when it got to, like, showtime, like, being an actor, and there's, like, I absolutely loved doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did I tell you about the time when
let's take a walk down memory lane.
Well, so I pop out of this thing and to scare people. And when I pop out, I see the girl that I'm dating is actually holding hands with another guy.
Wow. It turned out to be your nightmare.
And, oh my God, dude. Like I might have actually
believe you do this to me.
I might have actually crawled back into the box and cried for a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's not very scary at all.
No.
Should have pulled out a knife and cut his throat.
No.
Because that you were the haunted house.
Casey there is Frankenstein. You're my girlfriend, brother. I'm sorry, Frankenstein. I need to sit down. I'm going to throw up.
What grade were you in?
I think I was a freshman, maybe sophomore, maybe. No older than sophomore year.
Okay.
May I throw in something quickly here, by the way?
Please.
Amber Lee, Amber.
Yeah.
Sure.
Long time. I think she's a Philly's hottest as well, and a longtime friend of the Preston Steve Show. It is her fiance's birthday.
Johnny Howard?
Yeah.
Get
So
out of here.
happy birthday to him.
Wait, are they engaged?
I think they're engaged.
I think they are, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
They're a perfect couple, and she loves him to death, and he loves her to death.
They met because of us, right?
They absolutely did, and they owe everything that they'll ever have from here on in to us.
They absolutely do. No question. All right, and then Marissa.
I met somebody at the Steam Pub last week for that Thursday night kickoff. He didn't ask me for this, but he was so sweet. His name is Giovanni. He works for Geppert Brothers. He's 22 years old. He says he's been listening to us since he was like 8 years old.
Oof.
And he said everybody at Geppert listens to the Preston and Steve Show.
Ah,
all
that's
day
awesome.
long. They have calendars hanging up. They're like huge fans of the station. And he was so excited. He kept asking for you guys. He's like, is Preston and Steve coming? I was like, no, I'm sorry. It's just me. And then he asked again. He's like, so Preston and Steve aren't coming tonight? I was like, no, unfortunately, it's just me tonight.
It's just
But
you. Isn't that as good?
He was very cool. And I told him to come out to Camp Out for Hunger so he can meet us all. But hello to Giovanni. And Thursday Night Kickoff comes back this Thursday night.
Oh,
excellent.
Where are you going to be?
I'm not there. It's Doc's Irish Pub. Is it Nick or Casey?
It's not me this week. I'm next week. I don't know. Maybe it's Brent this week.
Okay.
But they're every Thursday night. They're a lot of fun.
Me.
It's Casey this week. But we didn't get to do them at all.
That's the sound of Casey just finding out he's got an appearance on Thursday night.
I will be at Doc's Irish Pub in Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania from 7 to 9 on Thursday night.
All right.
But they were completely removed from us last year, and so to have them back is a cool thing.
Yeah, there's a whole list on WMR.com in the event section.
All right. Well, you know what? Since we have a few minutes here, not a ton of time, but enough to see what's going on in the city.
Oh,
if
the
you will.
city beat.
I think we should do that.
Scoobly wow wow.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff about the city. The man who pounds the pavement with his feet. No one can beat the city beat.
All right. Marissa
Just make that crap up off the top of my head.
had made me aware of this, that the Philadelphia Flower Show will stay outside in 2022, and it will be back at FDR Park, and it will be June 11th.
There were some critics, and there were some other people who loved it. My wife went and had a wonderful time.
Did she get the veggie hoagie?
She skipped the veggie hoagie, which was basically like a piece of lettuce. But no, she skipped that. But enjoyed seeing the flowers and plants placed in a natural environment.
I am surprised, though, because they lost a lot of time because of weather last year.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the big question mark.
Yeah.
You know, is how things will go if you've got an outdoor event.
The question would be also, Preston, if they can mitigate some of those aspects. We're looking at that horrible veggies hoagie. But if they have things that are in place that even if you go with an umbrella or whatever, and you're walking and seeing things, it could be nice.
It was the first one, too. I mean, I give him credit for trying, and I think, Casey, you probably brought this up a few times as well, but FDR Park is underused. It's a great spot, and getting in and out of there is much easier than getting in and out of some of the places in the city.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad they tried it, and maybe they learned from the mistakes of last year and make it better.
That's what you do at events. When you as you have them, you learn what works, what doesn't work, what you can do better than next year. It's what we did. It took forever to get the Camp Out for Hunger up to where it is now.
The Preston, you remember when we first got the tent, we would fill it with murder hornets.
And that was
and we said, this is
in hindsight,
this is stupid.
Not a good idea. You know what event I want to come back, man? They only did it one time, and it was several years ago. Was the Pickle Festival.
Pickle Festival.
Oh my God, I loved it. My son and I. I mean, and the reason I think of it is because they probably learned some things they could have done better. It wasn't great.
Don't do the Pickle Festival.
But it could have been better in some regards.
I don't remember this.
Yeah. So
where was it?
It was in Marissa. What's the plaza there?
The Piazza.
The Piazza. I think I haven't been there in ages. That's the last time I went to the Piazza.
By the way, if you went to the Piazza, you would not recognize it. There's a pool in the middle of the Piazza now, and like dog parks.
Whoa.
It's completely redone. That used to be like a full center empty space.
Yeah, it was empty.
You just have a big event. Now it's all broken up.
They would have concerts and stuff there, right?
Is that a good thing or not?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool for the people who live there. There's now a pool in that space.
So the
that they
pool's
can use.
just for the residents. Okay.
I don't know if they do that, but there is that other pool across the street. I don't even know
That's
what
a
it's called
sump
anymore.
It's a great pool. It has this chain link fence with barbed wire around it.
I want to see that come back. I want to see that Pickle Festival, man.
Well, maybe we need to. Maybe that needs to be something we start. We've started a lot of things in this city. Is it time for Preston and Steve Pickle Fest?
I think so.
Oh, this
we
is
are now
completely
looking
different.
at a photo of the Piazza. My God, they did some work on that. When did that happen, Marissa?
Within the past year.
Damn.
COVID?
Because I've gone to a few farmers markets down there, and you kind of have to enter from different entrances now. You can't just park anywhere and walk.
Yeah, because it was expansive in its openness, and now, you've got a really modern-looking, cool-looking pool, but you can't really do a big event like you used to be able to do there, I guess. So, wow. All right. Well, anyhow, the Philadelphia Flower Show announced the outdoor show 10 months in advance because growers need time to start preparing plants now.
Yes.
For next year's show.
Imagine if obviously they know what they're doing, but to make sure that everything is hitting its peak at the time of the flower show.
Yes. Sam Lameni, the chief of shows and events at the Philadelphia Horticulture Society, said, we knew that there was just too many uncertainties and too many unknowns with regards to COVID at this point to go back inside. So they have to plan these things way in advance, which out of safety's sake, they're just doing it that way. So that's why.
I'm sure eventually maybe they'll stagger it and do 1 year inside and 1 year outside or whatever.
Yeah, maybe.
And
If it works
but
out.
this makes sense.
Hey, I have a request. I want to know if anybody has. So my wife she's out of town right now, so I can say this on the air. But her birthday is coming up this month,
right?
And she wants this product that's called Lettuce Grow.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can year round you can grow your own produce inside. It's hydroponics.
Is it hydroponic? Okay.
It's hydroponics, but it's a cool looking thing.
Right.
And
It's suspended from the ceiling?
It is not cheap.
No.
And I just want to know if it's worth getting or not.
If someone is, and what's the name of it again?
Let Us Grow.
Let Us Grow.
Meaning like lettuce,
Right.
the leafy vegetable.
Right.
There's cool looking. You're looking at a picture of it. The thing's, look at it. It's 5.5 feet tall. It's huge.
Right. And it goes for
Oh.
close to $600.
For that one, you can
Yeah.
get the smaller one for, $500. But it's really, really expensive. And I
Huh.
looked up a couple reviews, and they said it was good, but
Well, think of what you'll save on lettuce. Like nothing.
I know.
Just pay $600
I know.
up front.
I think it's just something she wants.
All right, well, hang on. How much is a head of lettuce
You won't
cost?
believe what we're saving on lettuce.
Cheap, dude.
I'm just wondering how
But-
many heads of lettuce you need to eat in order for it to pay for itself.
It's not just lettuce. You can grow all different kinds of leafy greens. There's kale and
Eat the goddamn lettuce.
and other things.
But you can't grow separate multiples in the same thing.
Yeah,
can
you can. Yes.
You can?
Yeah, you can do all kinds of different stuff in one product.
Oh, I see. It has different layers.
Yeah, there's different.
Like
there's
layers.
There are holes that come out of there. They're like
Russian nesting dolls.
a lot like that.
Yeah.
So anyway,
All right, about $3 for a head of lettuce.
but reading about the flower show, so we would have to grow 1,000 head of
Like 90.
like 90 heads of lettuce.
Yeah.
You'll be wearing bib overalls at home, like.
But over the years,
Right.
it'll you know.
Yeah, that's why you're
What's,
getting it.
when you'll be there,
Save
and
money on lettuce.
the priest will be delivering last rites, Preston. Everybody. By the way, it finally worked out with the lettuce.
We did for years. We had the little herb grower,
sure,
which you
yeah.
can get at like Bed Bath and Beyond.
But
and
now
stuff
you
like
can
that.
buy pot.
That thing's awesome.
Yeah, we have one of those in the front yard.
Yeah.
Anybody else grow tomatoes?
But I mean indoors.
Okay, yeah.
So you can grow it year round.
Yeah.
Anybody else grow tomatoes? No, I have not grown. tomatoes.
Nick,
home-
I swear to God,
Yeah, they're
the
great.
woman who owned the house before we owned the house. By the way, they were both named Claire and Steve as well. How about that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, absolutely. But she planted all sorts of weird things, and it was just a different approach to the yard. We've taken a different way ourselves. But like we were weeding in a certain area of the yard, and there was a full-grown pumpkin.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Like
sometimes,
sitting there.
sometimes tomato plants
Yeah.
will pop up like years after you threw like tomato seeds away or whatever,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden tomato plants will be there. They're really easy to grow in this area.
It just seems overwhelming. Like the people who have it are always giving it away to
Oh,
Yeah,
people.
they have too much.
Yeah. I
Our
think it
neighbors
would just
grow
rot
tomatoes.
in
It's
my
a
yard.
bounty.
My
Yeah.
wife does like dill and a couple of things that she'll go out and grab for a meal. But and we
Yeah.
also raise Clydesdale.
We do rosemary and thyme and dill and Clydesdales.
Where do you keep the
No, we
plants?
grow the herbs.
They let them graze naturally.
All right. So anyhow, flower show is going to be outside. I just
Okay.
thought I'd ask that growing question for a moment. I do have another thing off of the beat, off the beaten path, if you will. Brooklyn Bowl is coming to Fishtown.
Brooklyn Bowl.
Yeah, the 1,000 capacity music venue.
We've been hearing about this. Yeah.
Which also is a bowling alley and restaurant, will open as Brooklyn Bowl Philadelphia, which will be its 4th location, and that will be November 4th.
So Brooklyn is a bowling term. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah.
So it's also called, some people will call it a jersey, and it's when you hit the head pin on the opposite side of the way you throw.
Interesting.
way
so,
it's bending,
So
yeah.
what's a Brooklyn?
A Brooklyn
Is
That's
that?
it?
It's
Same
that.
thing.
Oh, I thought
yeah.
you were talking about a jersey.
It's
Okay.
a Brooklyn and a New
Are
Jersey
the same
are
thing.
the same exact
okay.
thing.
I love bowling, and I actually got my gear and everything. Casey, we were going to start doing that,
Yeah.
and it never came to fruition. But I think I'd like to explore it because it's such a fun game, Preston.
By the way, Casey, Brooklyn Bowl specializes in jam bands.
No. Oh, really?
Says the club that specializes in jam bands with hip hop, rock, soul, and country mixed in will open with a Thursday to Saturday stand in stand by
Soul Live.
Soul Live. What is
Soul
Soul
Live.
Live?
They're just
Oh.
a jam band. I'm not
Okay.
like.
They had a song with Dave Matthews a few years ago.
Okay.
He joined them, and they're a little slower of a jam band. They're like
Okay.
jazzier, I would say.
Oh yeah, it says here the Woodstock, New York Soul Jazz Trio.
There you go.
There you go.
In what is a tradition with Brooklyn Bowl openings, the band will call themselves Bowl Live.
Ha! I get it.
For the occasion and be joined by special guest Meters bassist George Porter Jr. Each of the 3 nights on opening weekend will feature a late show with a DJ. On Thursday, it'll be Questlove.
Oh, wow.
Won't you be able to hear the pins and falling in the background? I mean, I assume
Not
that's in
there.
a separate room, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, Questlove is doing his Bowl Train Hometown Philly edition, like Soul Train.
I wonder if he'll put a bowling pin in his hair.
Followed by DJ Logic on Friday and DJ Jer Brother spinning all Jerry Garcia music on Saturday.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Wait, where is this place going to
This
be?
is starting November 4th, by the way. It's in Fishtown.
Okay.
I bet you it's going to be a hit. I bet you that. I mean,
Possibly.
you combine it and you book the right acts,
Yeah.
and you get a little buzz around it.
Yeah, there's a
in that area.
A common misconception that I'm into jam bands. I'm not.
No.
I like Fish and I like the Grateful Dead, but some of the other ones I
can do without.
I can appreciate. No, it's just not what I gravitate towards. So people send me stuff all the time. Like, listen, I've seen pigeons playing ping pong.
Yeah,
and they're not bad. Twiddle, not bad.
What's a string
cheese incident?
All right,
There's a
okay.
couple of songs of theirs that I like. Some Mo songs, some Humphreys McGee, but I don't necessarily want to go to those shows. I don't know enough of their music.
Okay.
Thank you. Mercer's handing
This
us
just
a note.
in.
This
It's
is
right-
and you've won an Academy Award.
Oh, my God.
Oh, so is it?
It's next to the Fillmore, it says. Is it directly adjacent to it? Hang on. Just speaking to the mic.
Yeah, there was a bowling alley that opened that was
Speak.
there when it first opened, and that's the space that they're taking over. So it's right across from Punchline, next to the Fillmore. right in that little
That's great.
alcove there.
That's actually a good area.
Is it a Live Nation venue?
It is.
Okay, good.
There
Oh,
you
so
go.
that's who's handling the booking for the music. It all comes together in a beautiful knot.
It says here the venue is a partnership between Brooklyn Bowl and concert promoter Live Nation. The first Brooklyn Bowl opened in 2009 in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn, which is why it's called that.
Brooklyn.
And not because of the bowling thing, I guess. And founders Peter Shapiro and Charlie Ryan have since opened shops in Las Vegas and Nashville, teaming with Live Nation in those two cities as well.
I wonder how they do well enough to open one here and in that complex. That's right. There was always the promise of some sort of bowling facility down there. I remember that being floated around for a while.
Nice.
All right, cool.
All right, so that's November 4th that opens up. Another thing in the city. I got another city beat thing. Yeah. Pass along to you. So this guy named Jerry Flanagan, and he has a junk removal business. And on Sunday, Discovery and American Heroes Channel are starting the reality show called Operation Hidden Treasures. And dude is from Philly.
Yeah, this is very cool.
I've actually used his services.
Have
before.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're describing it as American Pickers meets Storage Wars.
Are you a fan of either?
I love American Pickers. Now, I haven't watched it in a while, but there was a stretch where I was watching it all the time.
American Pickers is my preference. It's a good show. They do have a little bit of that. Well, what are you gonna do with that?
Yeah,
But, yeah.
But in Storage Wars is
It's
even
all-
worse.
it's all that,
with
yeah.
that, which
Oh.
I
Yeah.
can't stand. That's kind of why I like American Pickers. They play around a little bit with
Yeah.
some pre-set up stuff, but they don't just drown you in it.
There's the history element, the antiquing sort of element, and I like all that stuff.
And there's
The
a
discoveries.
veteran element to this
Yeah.
as well. So Jim Milo heard about what we were doing, according to the owner, which is Jerry Flanagan. He said putting veterans into business ownership throughout our franchises and how we do junk removal and cleanouts in an environmental way instead of just putting stuff in a landfill. And he is an Army veteran. J-Dog franchises are sold to and operated by veterans of the armed services and their families.
It's cool.
2 franchises, one in Lancaster, PA, and another in Austin, Texas, are the ones appearing in the series. So while it's not based in Philadelphia, it's got Philly roots, and it's taking place in Lancaster.
Very cool.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that.
So producer Jim Milo said the company's practice of regular donations and recycling done is what intrigued him as a feel-good story. He said they donate furniture or toys to hospitals and the elderly, and they don't get paid for that. That's on their own time. They use the military values whether or not our cameras were there, and that's cool to show what they do.
I see their trucks all the time.
Do ya?
They're always up and down Route 30. I see them in the Ardmore area. So that's cool. And so they'll donate this stuff to those people that you were.
I guess some of the stuff.
Okay.
I don't know what they do with all of it, Nick. But that's a good question. So the company competes with 1-800-GOT-JUNK and College Hunks. And so, Casey,
I've used J-Dog.
So you pay them and they come by and take your stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And
mean, it's
then
just
you
a
don't know
junk-
what they do with it afterwards. So,
No.
So they get paid. Yeah, maybe they donate it after that. I mean, I don't know if they sell any of that stuff or not.
So, Case, when they show up, do you have to have it will they go in and take it out for you, or do you have to have it curbside?
Yeah, so mine was, it was like bulk pickup. So rather than calling the township or whatever to come and pick it up, I had those guys. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a lot of stuff that was too big for regular trash.
All right.
And also too big for my car to like haul to a dump or whatever. So and same thing, Nick. They had a car, or maybe it was the Hummer that was parked. It was constantly parked at the intersection of like Wynwood Road and Lancaster Avenue.
Yeah, they must have offices in that area or whatever. I'm always trying to find the best places to donate old stuff because I hate throwing things away if there's still use for it. And
Do you Goodwill it?
I don't Goodwill it
Yeah.
because Goodwill is often for profit, and I've heard some things about them. So I do Green Drop.
Green Drop is where
some of the time,
yeah.
And there's actually Green Drop Preston by the Trinity Rehab where we go in Conshohocken.
Yeah, I saw that trailer out there.
And you make an appointment with them. But if J-Dog will take some stuff, especially if they're taking it to like hospitals and things like that, and it's supporting veterans, I'll consider them next time around.
You know what I've used in it? Well, they're pretty good. J-Date. If you ever
Oh,
use
yeah.
J-Date, you have single Jewish men and women who come by and will take your garbage.
Nick, you can just go to Green Drop too.
Yeah,
you don't
you
have
don't-
to make an appointment.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can just drop off.
I'll be there tomorrow then.
Yeah, the one that I go to is right by the Home Depot in Lawrence Park.
Okay.
And you just pull up, and they have like 4 or 5 different outfits that you can say, all right, who's this going to? Oh, this is going to Purple Heart, or this is going to...
And they'll take anything?
They take a lot
Almost
of
anything.
stuff.
It's
yeah.
excellent.
It's
Love it.
Purple Heart. It's also Red Cross. There's a few worthwhile organizations under the Green Drop umbrella.
But
By the way, I'm sorry.
No, remember like a couple of weeks ago we had, or months, or I don't know, maybe it was 10 years ago. You know how we are with time. We talked about Green Drop, though, at like almost asking or implying that you should give them a tip if they take the donations out of your car.
Oh.
Yeah, and apparently that was an issue.
All right. Well, anyhow, this show is going to be. It's called Operation Hidden Treasures. Is starting Sunday. So if you want to check that out,
You're going to check it out.
Discovery. All right, that's it. City Beat's done. We're done walking the streets, and we're going to sashay on up.
Santa's gotta go.
Yeah, we got a couple guests joining us.
Another thing is Habitat for Humanity will actually come to your house and take stuff away from you.
Right. Even if you haven't called them.
Very good. They'll just come and take it. All right. We need to take a break. We're going to come back a minute. When we return, Tobias Forge, the man who is the band Ghost, will be joining us. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR. Do you or someone you love suffer from PWS, pathetic wardrobe syndrome? WMMR is here to help. A pretend clinical fake study we totally made up shows a visit to the WMMR.com rock shop may reduce PWS with lots of items made to brighten and improve your quality of life. Current and vintage designed station tees, Preston and Steve Gadzooks gear, Pierre coffee cups, ball caps, and beanies, Jackson Jeep Club travel mugs, Jackie Bam Bam's vampire wall clock, the new Brent Porsche fleece and polo, and more. Available now to end pathetic wardrobe syndrome.
Side effects may include feelings of euphoria, uncontrolled fits of joy, and the urge to hug your postal delivery person. But, well, not just yet.
Ask your doctor if the WMMR Rock Shop is right for you, and they'll probably ask why you're asking them that. Shop now at WMMR.com and say goodbye to pathetic wardrobe syndrome, which may or may not actually be a thing. MMR rocks your wardrobe.
All right, we actually have a long holiday weekend coming up. Maybe you're going to take a road trip. You can trust Meineke to get that vehicle ready to hit the road this fall. Right now, receive a free tire rotation when you purchase a $29.95 conventional synthetic oil change. Rely on Meineke for so much. They do maintenance, brake service, tires and suspension systems, exhaust system problems, and so much more. You can head to Meineke for a free check engine scan. And right now, receive 50% off of brake pads and shoes. Your independently owned and operated Meineke is also now hiring. Visit their website. It's Meineke.com/careers. That's Meineke.com/careers. For more details, give them a call. You can call your local Meineke Center today for details. For the best customer service, commitment, and value, trust Meineke, doing car care right.
Before your morning gives you this,
Ready for that 7:30 meeting?
give your morning the morning it deserves at Wawa. From savory sizzlies to fresh baked goods to handcrafted coffee or espresso beverages, Wawa has the combination of things to make your morning go smoothly, no matter what combination of things your morning throws at you. Maple Harvest handcrafted beverages are back. Or try the new Ice Spice Caramel Oat Milk Latte. Good mornings start at Wawa.
What day is it?
It's a good day to save at Wawa. Get 15 cents off per gallon when you use the Wawa app to fuel up, now through October. Just pull in and pull up the app, enter your pump number, and pay. You're ready to start fueling and start saving.
We're going to Wawa right now. Oh, and don't forget your phone.
So tap the app and save 15 cents off per gallon at Wawa. Available now through October.
You're still talking? Let's go.
Gotta have a Wawa.
And we're back. We're still here with your boy, award-winning streamer, I Am Brandon. Now, before we wrap up, Brandon, why should people out there rock with Xfinity Internet?
Honestly, with Xfinity Internet, I get the most value for my money.
I hear that.
I get Wi-Fi speed faster than a gig to power all my devices, and advanced security to help keep me safe.
Your entertainment also starts at free with Xfinity Flex, a 4K streaming TV box that puts your favorite apps all in one place, included with Xfinity Internet.
Plus, Xfinity Flex gives me access to the ultimate in Black storytelling with the Black experience on Xfinity.
You hear that, listeners? You get all that awesomeness without having to break your bank, which means you gotta ask yourself, can your internet do that? Get started with Xfinity Internet for $29.99 a month for 24 months. And get a
We said series, and it lit up Siri on my phone. Where's that sound coming from? I can't yell that loud right now. My throat hurts too much.
What the? Well, we have everything you need. Just tell me what you need, and I'll hit it.
All right. Well, how about there's nothing on here.
There's nothing on here.
Thank you. So
Universal Content Productions. It's a it's a division.
We here at
Couple. There we go.
It's the sister station.
Couple. Yeah, couple is the sister station of
Couple.
And it's sister station. Couple.
Cup. Yeah, couple. Couple. We done?
No.
Okay,
Just give it a minute. Give it a minute.
Couple. Have fun.
And instead of the CNN,
Yeah. Couple.
This is
CNN.
Couple.
This
Couple.
is
Do that, Fred.
By the way, Shake Shack,
Yep.
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I
can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by it outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the.
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no.
I mean,
Because
and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey,
Kath!
More FM's right over there.
Right.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
How? But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
Well, no. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear it. Just whisper it.
They're not listening.
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So
When
it
you
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
all right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right.
All right.
Good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
They're gonna look at security and they're gonna see me like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God!
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake
Guys.
Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you? Talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get
I
in.
couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not.
don't.
This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah. Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay,
Yeah,
well, he came back and cleaned.
We'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
notice.
That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. So let me go to here and more broken ribs. I have. It says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Walper.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to old Walper?
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walter. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
all right.
I've broken my hand.
Yeah.
I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name.
His guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today,
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother. Okay.
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man. A little while back, I had this idea. If we were to cast WMMR, the movie,
Yes.
who would play who? And we
That's
went
right.
down a list of people, and we had people suggest, and we eventually narrowed down the cast of the WMMR movie.
What celebrities would play?
Exactly. And playing our program director, Bill Weston, John O'Hurley was the overwhelming
You were the overwhelming choice.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. I was hoping he'd have higher standards.
So to understand Bill Weston, he has a bit of your delivery. He is somewhere between Peterman and Ted Knight. So right, and that
agreed.
would be right, and that would be the deal. So
we figured we'd come up. Actually, Steve did come up with some lines that might be indicative of Bill.
These are things that he has said in various forms.
And we're calling this the Bill Weston story. Soup. There it is. He hates soup. It's a long story.
So a lot of this is very inside.
Do we have any soap opera music, which would?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, give us a couple of Bill Weston lines. That'd be wonderful.
Here we go.
Okay.
Preston, try to refrain from mentioning on air that you occasionally use Band-Aids. It makes you sound privileged. I just saw the most amazing thing while driving in today. Firefighters were collecting donations at various intersections. Is that a Jewish thing? So last night, I was jarred awake from my slumber by a horrible nightmare. Both Preston and Steve were there in the studio, sitting on horses and eating soup. What say we file that one under who gives a crap? Oh, that recently widowed quadruple amputee was a terrible guest. She didn't bring the ha-ha.
Perfect. And last one.
On today's show, you had the Pope driving in a go-kart, you solved the John Benet Ramsey case, and you raised Kurt Cobain from the dead. I'd give it a C+.
I couldn't have asked for better.
My God, that was absolutely perfect.
I am nothing like that. All of that stuff is taken out of context.
My God, it's like looking in a
It's like, by the way, the interview, I'll give it a B+.
B+.
No, that was terrific.
Oh,
thank you very much for playing along with it. Absolutely. I don't know. You really
Gold. It's gold, Jerry. It's gold.
All right. We're going to have to probably pay a retainer to use that. So no drops. We're not going to use those as drops. So. But thank you very much. That was a great interview.
By the way, who was the singer who did that ghastly song, Pina Colada?
Oh, Rupert Ebert. Wait. All right, thank you very much, Kathy. A reminder, at Acme Markets right now, you can get a jump start, or as we're calling it, a head start for the Camp Out for Hunger. When you go by and you make a purchase, right there at your point of purchase at the checkout on the keypad, you can make a donation in advance to the Camp Out for Hunger last year. Tremendous success. Just amazing. Went way beyond our wildest predictions. And was a huge take. And so that has happened again. That's going to be the entire month of October.
Yes.
And we start it, of course, on November 1st through the 5th. And you'll be able to continue doing it, too. But while you're there and you're making your purchase, if you just want to round up your total, or if you want to add more and make a $1 donation, $5 donation, $10, you want to throw $1,000 in there, you can go right ahead and do that.
Yeah, we're not going to argue with
It's
that.
whatever you want to do.
I've done it twice already.
I love it.
Just by going to shop. It's the easiest way to do it. Man, did it really pay off big for Phil Abundance and for the whole camp out last year, especially when we thought we were going to be decimated.
Yeah, it was huge. I got. I know we've been hammering it a lot, and as the radio station. But I got a text yesterday from a friend asking when Camp Out was this year, and
Right.
she just didn't know. She didn't know that it was a month earlier. So it behooves us to remind people that it is earlier this year. That it's November 1st through the 5th. 4 weeks from today, we'll be knee deep in it. You know,
Some friend didn't know.
Well,
What's
come
the
on.
story with that,
Yeah.
man?
You creep.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
crumb bum.
So Casey is running around right now. He's on the phone. He's trying to figure out what's going on. I believe Tobias Ford just standing by.
All right.
But we don't have a Zoom connection yet. So Casey's not, when you do the Zoom, you have a host.
Yes.
Casey's not hosting this. Normally he's the host of it and has control over. So
He's the hostess with the mostest.
He's trying to figure out exactly what's
So,
going on.
Sarah Parker, she is the one who facilitated this thing,
Yes.
and she started a Zoom thing, but she's hosting it, and she's not there to actually open the room.
Oh, no.
So
Oh, no.
I'm seeing but Tobias is, across the ocean
pond.
right now, and so I'm trying to send him a different link. So just bear with me for a second.
If we go old
couldn't
school,
get a hold of
just-
Sarah?
No, I couldn't.
All right, so maybe if we have to revert to just the phone, or perhaps use our car horn, Preston.
A car, which we found was a way to communicate.
Earlier, we learned that when old tech fails,
Yes.
car horns.
We had a guy who had called in with the Facebook dying yesterday, was supposed to meet up with somebody who was in contact with through Instant Messenger. And when he arrived to make the trade, he was going to instant message them, and they weren't there. So he just started honking his horn,
hoping that the guy he was meeting would figure it out.
And never did.
No.
I think eventually he had to just go around randomly asking people.
Are you this man?
Are you the person that I'm getting this coffee table from? Whatever it is. But nonetheless. All right. So, yeah. How you guys doing?
We're doing
Good,
well,
man.
Looking forward to the Ghost concert.
Here's the issue when trying to kill some time is we could
How
start.
much time?
Well, yeah, we could
Yeah.
start going down a path and we could talk for a half hour if we need to. I got stuff that we can talk about, but I don't want to start talking about something and have to abruptly stop.
Want to do something that's kind of short and punchy, like Origins of the Universe?
Ooh, we could do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Explain the Big Bang Theory.
Kathy?
I do have this tragedy that I'm dealing with. I don't want to talk about it now, but we can. No, you.
Oh, Kathy has a legitimate straight-up issue.
I know. I need help.
Their death has come to her tiny town.
So don't forget about that. We do have to talk about that.
No, I didn't. I missed that completely.
Death in the way of a fish.
Oh my God! Yeah, so I don't want to start that.
No, because
that's
we can,
a longer conversation.
Yes, I need help.
Maybe we could
It's
do that
not
after
death.
we talk to Tobias, but at this point,
I hope we got the Tobias hookup.
I don't know what's
We've
happening.
See, we didn't have this problem when Tobias was right here in the studio.
No, not at all. Case, nothing yet.
No. Oh, hang on.
Oh.
I got to him. Stand by. So stand by for action.
Stand by.
By the way, Matt Rovine tweeted me or texted me out of nowhere the other day. He's our resident go-to Borat guy,
Right.
all the time.
The guy who has really not realized that's over.
And he texted me out of
Yeah.
nowhere. He wishes you guys. He hopes
a
everybody's
great
doing
guy.
well. He's a super
Yeah.
nice guy with gigantic eyebrows. Which
How
I always have to point
gigantic.
out. So Casey is now.
He's going up to the roof, Preston.
Oh, Jesus,
All right.
man. Okay.
You know, sometimes we should have just gone with the regular phone.
All right. Well, today I'm going to start talking about this. Today is Global James Bond Day.
It is.
James Bond Day. Yep. 54 years after the of the Bond franchise, marking the anniversary of the release of Dr. No in 1962.
I have been a hardcore James Bond fan all of my life. Literally. I think I was 3 or 4 when my parents we went to see Dr. No in the
Okay.
theaters.
Yeah, my dad introduced me to Connery, Steve. So that was
Yeah.
my entree into the world of Bond. I really love Daniel Craig. I know, I think you say he's your second favorite, or now your favorite.
He is well within Connery's my favorite, but
Okay.
Daniel Craig is squarely in that framework.
So he did. He was on CBS Sunday Morning this past weekend, and they did a retrospective on it in advance of this movie coming out. Which, by the way, was supposed to come out a year ago, right?
Or even more, yeah.
And I'm
he had
really,
hosted actually as where
That's
that
right.
meme, ladies and gentlemen of the weekend.
Right.
That was him hosting when that was in promotion of this movie.
in advance of it.
Yeah.
So, Preston, how many of the Daniel Craig movies have you seen?
All of Casino Royale and part of none of the others.
Okay, you never saw Skyfall?
No.
Okay.
I once I got to what was the other one? Quantum of Solace.
Quantum of Solace.
I
Skyfall,
lost interest.
Spectre,
yeah.
and this one.
Yeah, I loved Skyfall. I thought it was one of my favorite movies in the entire James Bond universe. But I'm excited for this one. And Steve, are you going to see it on the big screen or no?
There's every possibility, though I do have a nice setup at home. So it might be time for me to just spend some quality time with Bond himself.
Yep.
And because I think Daniel Craig, by the way, Quantum of Solace, I think is a solid movie. It actually occurred during a writer's strike where you're talking about Hollywood and all the tumult that's going on now with that. There was a writer's strike that caused a delay on that movie, and the fact that they finished it at all was pretty amazing.
Okay.
It's not the best. It's the least of the Craig Bonds, but it's solid.
We're ready to go.
Oh, I had no idea. We're
Yeah.
ready to go.
How
okay.
about that?
All right, excellent. Well, now that we covered the whole James Bond thing.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, I'm sure there's
Yeah.
more. Yeah, there's a lot more. But we are happy to welcome our next guest. He was in our studio a while back. It was a really cool interview that we had with him. And now we welcome him in anticipation of coming back to Philadelphia in February and this new song, Hunter's Moon, that we've been playing. Ladies and gentlemen, Tobias Forge of Ghost. He's on the show. Good morning, Tobias.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, I'm glad we made this
Hey,
work.
hey.
How are you doing, sir?
I am very, very well, thank you. How do you do?
We're all doing great, man. Listen, I don't know if you remember the when you were here, but at that time you weren't comfortable with photographs, so we had an artist who came in and sketched you while we were here. Do you recall that?
Oh yeah, I remember it very clearly.
Nice. Well,
Yeah, thank you for having me again. Once more, in clandestine mode.
Yeah, no problem.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
No
the fact that we're
pictures.
even talking is a miracle at this point.
So we've.
I have a funny.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a funny story. I just heard you mentioning Quantum of Solace.
Yes.
And once upon a time, years back, I don't remember exactly when that was called, when that came out, but maybe a year or so before that film premiered. I was a hopeful songwriter not necessarily very successful. So, and I actually wrote a Bond song called "Quantum of Solace" that I intended for to sort of throw into the whatever, high way of in the mix of trying to get people to understand that this is a fucking awesome Bond song, and I still have it.
And would it fall in line for Ghost, or is it a bit out of that realm?
Oh, it's a total Ghost song.
Oh, really?
Nowadays, it just dawned on me when I heard you mentioning that, was like, oh yeah, I had that song as well.
Well, maybe I hope we serve as an inspiration for a song to come up on an album.
Listen, Chris Cornell did, Casino Royale, and rock artists have always appeared on Bond soundtracks. So the hope springs eternal on this one.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful. As I was back then.
with Hunter's Moon, this is in Halloween Kills, which is, in the Halloween legacy. It's not, you'll have to clear this up, not on the soundtrack. It's going to be in the end credits, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, I know it's sort of, that's at least what's sold to me. I haven't seen the film yet, but I remember Ryan Turek, one of the producers, who sort of drew me into the whole mix. He was when we got into the specifics of like what they wanted, and yes, they wanted like a Ghost song. I was like, okay, so what it's going to be used for? Sometimes you write music and they end up like using a segment or something in a scene,
right?
Which means sometimes you have to sort of break the song down into like an acoustic version, and he was like, no, we want it to be in the end, sort of end bit,
right.
And that also sort of served as an inspiration for how to sort of orchestrate the song. But yes, that is in the end credits.
I was going to ask you about the lyrics for the song, because I was reading them this morning, and before I'd ask this question, I wanted to remind you that when you were here last, I asked you about the song Rats, and I said, well, who are the rats? Are the rats, society? Is it and you were like, no, it's just the vermin, rats. This is the actual creature, which cracked us up because we thought you were being poetic and cryptic. And you're like, no, it's about rats. And reading the lyrics of Hunter's Moon, I got the impression, because I wasn't connecting it to Halloween, but it sounded to me like a grave robber going back to a cemetery who was going to dig up an old friend. But I guess I'm way off base on that one.
No, it's about rats, Preston.
Right. Yeah, so this is about worms.
Oh, it's about Nice.
No, it's a little bit more. No, it's not necrophiliac in that way. No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, obviously, you can interpret it any way you want. It's obviously written to be interpretational,
right?
Or up for interpretation, because it has that sort of nostalgic, sort of back, sort of a retrospective outlook on something that has been, but some sort of maybe platonic love that sort of has reached beyond time. And
well, in the Halloween,
looking back to that,
yeah, in the Halloween mythos, I mean, with Laurie Strode, who's Michael Myers' sister, there is a connection, and they keep making all of these connections, and the possibility of sort of an incestuous sort of thing, and all of this stuff plays in over all these movies. I wanted to ask you, Tobias, was one of the first, did you actually see Halloween 2 when you were a kid, and that's what got you into this stuff?
Ironically, the Halloween, the second film was the first that I saw.
Okay.
So I missed out on the first. I saw that later. But I saw the second one. And the story is very simple. I was home. I was sick, not too sick, but the sort of sick you are when you're 7 and you feel like you just don't want to go to school. Okay. Maybe I had a slight cold, and Mom, who's always been very, very liberal and very kind, she made me the favor of going down to the tobacco shop that was just across the street and rented a film that I'd seen down there that I wanted to see, and that was Halloween 2. So I saw that, and obviously it sort of struck me very quickly, because obviously it was a sequel, unbeknownst to me, and it sort of just started it's like knee deep in terror immediately, because obviously it's just a continuation of the first one. But it really, I found it really frightening, and very inspirational. It's always been.
Do you think it's a pivotal? I mean, because I love horror movies. I love your kind of fascination and the darker stuff with your music and any stuff that resonates that way, I'm on board. But do you think that was sort of a pivotal moment where you're frightened but also intrigued by it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Musically as well. I think a lot of the things that I saw, that even though there were several films that added to the inspiration, I definitely say just because that was an early encounter with something that would live with me for the rest of my life, and now obviously it's part of my working life as well. It was an inspiration, image-wise, with the masked, unknown sort of killer.
Yeah.
Or culprit or star, if you want. But also musically, I've that was my first. Maybe I saw the Escape from New York before that. I don't remember, but it was my first sort of encounter with Carpenter's music, and which has always been a big, musically has been a hero of mine. So yeah, it was a very pivotal moment, I'd say.
One of the things that I love what you do with Ghost Music, and you do this in Hunter's Moon, and I'm curious about it, is you use odd time signatures. And for me personally, I like that type of thing. I like progressive rock and so on. So odd time signatures are not foreign to me, but they can give you a kind of a sense of uneasiness because it doesn't follow a regular path. Things are off just a little bit. Will you throw those in on purpose to give that kind of sensation, that odd sensation?
Not for the sake of just being odd.
Okay.
I think my what was once a career or lack of career handicap, I think, was the fact that I've always been quite proggy in my writing, which fit quite well back when I was a teenager and in my early 20s when I was writing death metal, because that the odd signatures is like that's the way you do it. And once I started writing more melodic music, if you will, more accessible rock music, it has been a constant sort of subject where sometimes I write so odd that it becomes, you have to sort of revisit things and just like, oh, we have to sort of change here because it's like hard to understand for anyone who's more four on the floor sort of thinking. Most people are.
Right.
Most people are actually quite sensitive towards anything that sort of skews away from the natural dramaturgy of a sort of a 3 minute 10-second song.
Right.
And there's a reason for that, like this, for the same reason that most films have sort of the same dramaturgical structure and usually the same length, because that's usually how people sort of digest films. And I'm not, I've listened to so much very simple music, everything from obviously top 40 doo-wop, 60s, 50s rock to Ramones and punk music that is super straight. But I'm also brought up with a big influx of prog music and extreme metal. So I don't do it to. I think that what you end up hearing sometimes on Ghost Records is basically my songs having gone through a mangle of stuff that has been taken out.
Okay.
That has
Right.
been too odd and too strange and too hard to digest.
Okay.
Basically, so I'm not deliberately trying to make it difficult. What you hear is the result of me trying to purposely not make it difficult.
Well,
But that still all lives within you, that type of oddness. Okay. I get it.
How difficult is that editing process? Because you're doing very inventive stuff, and as you're going through, I assume if we're going to draw a parallel between films, when something's near and dear to you, and you're using it for expression, and you have something that is just not quite right in its bloated way, and you're paring it down. Is that something you can do with surgical precision, or do you have to do a lot of hand wringing?
Both.
Both.
It depends a little bit who you're working with. My process of doing a lot of that is obviously when you make a record, you usually work with the producer. And in rock music, it's very common that you work with one producer for the record. And some producers are just yay sayers, and they just sort of let everything through, and they just make it sound cool.
Right.
Whereas some other producers, who are sort of well known to, take bands and just like fucking catapult them into new universe. I mean, Mutt Lange is that sort of person, and Bob Ezrin, how he sort of transformed Kiss from the one band that made Alive and then Ghost Destroyer.
Right.
I do it in a sort of a mixture of that, because during the album cycles, I mean when the record is out and I go out on tour for 18 months, obviously it's not like a consecutive tour of 18 months of nonstop playing. You have weeks in between tours off, and sometimes you're off, have a few days off in some city somewhere. And I usually try to write when I'm on tour. And the way that I do it is that I like to have songs half written, and then I go into the studio, or a studio, a writing studio. Writing studio basically looks like a living room, but with studio gear.
Mm-hmm.
So it's cozy and inspirational. But you go into a room like that and you write. I write with other people that I like, that I admire, and that I like writing with, and I like hanging with. And that way, each song sort of gets like the best out of me and the best out of someone else that comes in and has no aspirations of being in the band, or no aspirations to play anything, or there's it's just sheer sort of writing joy.
Okay. That's wild that you will
way,
purposely write half a song and just hang on for collaboration. That's an interesting kind of method.
I've done the other way around as well. I mean, the other way where there was no one but myself.
Okay.
That's cool too, but it's what ends up happening when you do that, especially I hate to say it like this, but like when it matters, meaning that it was easier to write songs because back in the day when you had nowhere to go with them. They were not planned for anything special, and they weren't meant to fit in anywhere. Whereas now it's a little bit more important that, at a certain point you have to deliver everything neatly packaged into an album, and preferably 3 of them needs to be really, 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 really good. And I like getting that sort of what do you call it? Like I like being questioned when it comes to music, not by anyone.
You
but
have
for
your vision.
Someone but for anyone that, as this is very common, I think that in the rock world, it might be a little bit more of a hush hush, that you don't want to do that. Everybody believes that every rock record is sort of just happened by itself. It was written in real time and just happens to be like that. Whereas in theater, in literature, in film, it's way more common that you sort of you try out your stuff towards other people. You when you write a script, you let people read it, you let people edit it, because it's important that people understand it.
Yeah, it's more collaborative.
It's more openly collaborative. No one sort of doubts that what do you say, like that it's made out of joy, but still at the end of the day, when you write a script or you write a book, it's meant to be digested by other people.
Well,
the first hindrance is to sort of sell it to the person in front of you. Like, do you like this song? Do you like this chorus that I wrote?
Let me jump in and ask you a question, since we're making a lot of movie correlations here. Rob Zombie has gone on to direct and become quite a proficient, good director. In fact, he's directed some Halloween movies. With what you are talking about and the way you see things, has film and an eventual leap into taking a crack at directing and writing scripts, is that something that is in your bucket list?
Yeah, well, I mean, with the risk of sounding like, I remember Coming to America when they're in that bar and they meet several different sort of New York stereotypes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And there's this one girl who's like, I'd like to have my own studio, and I'd like to be a singing artist, and I would like to write films, and then I would like to be an actor, and then I would like to have a design clothing line.
Yeah.
But short answer is yes. I have always been insanely interested in cinema.
Yeah.
And it's just the fact that I haven't done the due diligence of that. I haven't gone to any school. I haven't done that. I have a lot of ideas, and I have a lot of started writing different scripts and different things. And obviously when we do things, I'm usually quite involved. But at the end of the day, like, especially film is so insanely dependent on obviously funding and collaborations, and the amounts of if you think making a rock record is hard with sort of outside force majeure coming in and sort of fucking things up with deadlines and production lines and all kinds of stuff that needs to sort of fit. Making films is like times 10. I have a few really good friends of mine are directors, and they work both in cinema and series and Netflix and all that sort of stuff. And we every time we speak about it, it's just like, oh yeah, it's such a hard work.
Yeah.
And once you do that and you have like a vision, and some of my friends are very clear with me. It's like, with the sort of vision that you have and the sort of detailed minutia sort of control freakishness, it will be a nightmare, because
Sure. I can see
it
that.
never turns out the way you want it. And you can write the most beautiful script and have the fucking most fantastic photographer in the cinema, and the best set ever.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you cast the wrong lead, and all of a sudden the film is like a complete flop.
Tobias, I have to jump in, and I think we've hit our limit on the F word. We are an American radio,
sorry.
and we're not allowed to do that. And I keep hitting the dump button, and I hope I got all of them. So
that's 4.
I know you're used to European and Scandinavian radio. You can say it all you want, but unfortunately we have some rules. But I did want to ask you about film and your characters. Papa Emeritus and Cardinal Copia. Would they be a good subject for film, or is that better suited on a stage and performing that way?
Good question. And I'm going to try to answer that without going too far into the future. But there are elements in the storytelling around what we're doing that might be one of the ideas that I'm working on.
Well, listen, I would love to see that. That would be the imagery that you have conjured. The presentation and everything is just sitting there waiting to be plucked. So I'm assuming by your skirting around these answers that they might figure into whatever project you might do cinematically. But obviously you have this tour coming up, so nothing's going to happen for a while.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
There are other ways. There are other ways to tell a story before you eventually might turn it into a moving picture.
Okay. Okay.
So we're
I like
working
it.
on that, and but the story has been in the works for quite some time. I mean, anyone who have seen our episodes and all that might have noticed that there is sort of a vague story there,
Mm-hmm.
but most of it is actually coming from the bigger, longer story. What makes our project here kind of odd is that at the end of the day, we are a rock band.
Yeah.
And, what started 10 years ago with my, at the time, New American label, they had just recently signed me and they said like, oh, what's the story? Like, what do we say to people? And I was like, what story? There is no story. There's nothing to say. Can we not just let the band be and be just what people see and interpretational? I was like, it doesn't work like that. And I was like, okay, I'll make up a story then. So, and then obviously at the end of the day, but just because it's a rock band that we are, that's our main thing. Or
Right.
actually, we go around selling merchandise. We're a Tupperware band, but that makes it kind of weird because you have this storyline going parallel that is there for entertainment values, basically for entertainment's sake, because a lot of our fans and myself included is deeply interested in storytelling and,
Right.
and fiction and horror and sci-fi and all that stuff. Whereas, obviously we can't just sit, take time out for a tour and make a film.
Right.
So because that's like a completely different being. That's a
Right.
completely different entity. So we have to work in parallels and see what will come out of it. A lot of those things that, is sidetracking like that, it requires a tremendous amount of collaboration and also flow and love. Basically, you need to find someone that can take the vision and sort of take it further.
Right.
And that takes a little bit of time.
Well, with everything going on, and obviously you're going to be in the area in February and coming here. I don't know if you've in past visits to Philadelphia if you've ever been to the Mutter Museum, but I don't know. If
I
you
have.
Ever, yeah. Okay. Why did I should have figured you would have been there. But that was made for Tobias Forge. Did you have a good time?
Yes, it was great.
Yeah.
I had a day off at some point. I don't remember. This is probably 6-7 years ago, but I did the whole, Philly thing with the Philly cheesesteaks down there. Those neighboring, what do you call those? The two stands there.
Pats and Geno's. Yes.
Yeah. So that, and we went to the Mutter Museum. And I never did the run up to the
Rocky
stairs
Steps.
there. The Rocky Steps. I didn't do that, but we went past it.
If you
So
do
that's
it,
still on my bucket list.
when you come here, if you do it as Papa Emeritus. I think
That'd be
that-
hilarious. I would love to see Papa jumping up and down with his fists in the air.
It'd make for some hell of a video.
Well, listen, I know that the excitement level is high for the announcement of the show.
Yeah.
Like Steve was saying, it's February 12th at BB&T Pavilion. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. You have a strong fan base here in Philadelphia, so you can definitely count on plenty of support. And Volbeat is on the bill as well, and Twin Temple. So it's going to be cool, man. But listen, we really appreciate your time, Tobias. It was great to catch up with you once again, and we're looking forward to hearing the song Hunter's Moon in Halloween Kills, which is coming out on the 15th.
I believe it is, yes.
So, but thanks so much for joining us, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me again. I hope to see you all soon.
Excellent. Take care, and we wish you the best. Tobias Forge, guys, from Ghost. And, that's a stage show. That's the whole... I thought there's got to be a movie with that whole, the characters. And,
So look at the Nun, which she came out of the Conjuring,
Yeah.
Conjuring 2.
Yeah.
That fits right in that look.
Yep, most definitely. All right, with that, we should break because we have more to get to. We got the Bizarre File on the way. We have Henry Winkler on the way. We have a chance at winning $500 on the way with the money clip. So that is coming up next. We'll be right back.
Rupert No, it was Rupert.
Rupert Everett, wasn't it?
I think
Not
you're
the
right.
guy from Harry
No, Rupert
Potter?
Everett's an actor.
Yeah.
Who the hell am I thinking of? I'm way off.
Oh, don't play it. Oh, it makes me ill.
I love
the
this song.
rain. I detest
What's his, Rupert
every
Holmes.
second of
Rupert
the song.
Holmes. Rupert Everett is the actor.
I rarely would beat up on a song. This song makes me want to vomit.
Midnight.
Oh, stop it!
In the dunes of the Cape.
Wait, why do you hate it so much?
It's hideous. It's first of all, he says, my lady. You know, my lady. We got some problems with my lady, my old lady. You know, and then I'm going to look in the newspaper and hook up some chick. And
This would definitely be yacht rock.
The same my lady, and the same chick is hooking up with me that I was trying to get away
surprised
from.
because it's very Buffett-esque, and
It's
you
not
are such a
Buffett-esque.
huge
It's
Buffett
ghastly.
fan. Okay.
It's ghastly.
Actually, Jimmy Buffett has said this is a perfect song.
He has not. He has not.
Pierre, it's all rock and roll.
See?
Yeah, isn't it all rock and roll? Isn't it all rock and roll?
All right.
Oh, man.
Turn myself against me. Turn.
It is about having an affair. Like he's trying to set up an affair, and his wife is trying to set up an affair.
Rock and roll.
When you listen to the
except for
lyrics,
this crap.
it's pretty messed up.
All right.
That's the great thing about rock and roll.
I'll stand.
You're into, as long as it's not Rupert Holmes, because that's crap.
See, the danger on this program is to reveal any vulnerability, and then it will be immediately seized on by the rest of the masses on the Preston and Steve compound complex, and then, but not just once, they'll save it in that file. And then, when you least expect it, pull it out.
Well, you know now this will be something for you for a while.
Yes.
And then you'll be able. There was a second though Rupert Holmes song. Yes, there was. Besides the Pina Colada song. Do you remember that, Preston?
Dry Martini?
I don't know. Nick's going to have to look it up.
check, yes.
Something called Him, Steve? I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Sing it, Nick.
But it came out in 1980. Pina Colada came out in 1979, so it was right afterward. But
maybe
he was that was a hit single.
It's
apparently.
him.
By the way, you just said pina, and I've heard that that's technically the way you say the drink, pina colada.
Pina colada.
Although I always used to say pina colada, but he sings pina colada. If you like pina colada,
It's actually piñas. Yeah. And,
When you have more than one.
I hear pina colada. Hang on. Let's
Here,
listen.
let's play it.
Oh no!
Here we go.
What have I done?
I hear pina.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right.
you're just looking for reasons to hate it.
It's
Yeah, he
actually
is.
it's a letter. It's a letter in the Latino alphabet. An Enya.
Yeah.
Is that actual?
And
letter.
also, she was an old
like
rock
Enya.
She
darling.
was. Yeah. She.
Orinoco Flow.
That's right. That was Enya. I forgot about that. Oh my God.
All right. On my program today,
That song is bizarrely hypnotic too, isn't it?
Which one?
Orinoco Flow.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, Pierre.
Take two.
Try that again, Enya. Sorry.
That's rock and roll.
That's Orinoco Flow.
I like the first one better.
One more time. We're going to have to go again. I love that. And they're in the booth telling her she's got...
And you can sing it again.
In the land of peace.
Oh my God.
Let's do that again, Enya.
You don't want to leave it in? I just coughed up a manatee.
God. Someday yodeling's going to come back.
It will be.
It's all rock and roll.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yodeling is rock and roll.
Except for Rupert Holmes, who is the biggest cancer in music. A tumor that needs to be excised.
I
I wish him unending misery.
Where did he go? He's on the floor.
You killed him.
I'm so
Whatever you're
surprised he
into.
hates it.
I don't hate. Well, I don't love it. I don't embrace it.
Country rock, except for Rupert Holmes, who stinks so badly. He taints everything he touches. Like a plague he is on music.
There goes my peace and love.
Yeah, what do you mean you don't hate? You just tore him apart.
I take it all back.
By the way, somebody texted and said I would listen to an entire show of Steve doing cough takes of famous songs. Okay. I'll leave you with one more thing.
If you like
Rage on and have a great day, gang. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yay! All right.
Morning,
okay. Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
Who could ask for anything more?
let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were
I had a job once.
A jazz club
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God!
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle?
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh
work.
no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
right,
and and ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even people.
It's a good thing.
Yes. People who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove, and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer, because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now. And I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead, because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band, I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass party, got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speakers, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do it.
And then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put the he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played slides with lighter
didn't go
fluid.
full Hendrix on you.
And I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. So I couldn't do it. He almost lit his guitar on fire. So I knew right then he was okay.
Wow. I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts are.
No.
It was very, very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner while they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good. Every country is the same. If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
This place.
We blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course. Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to. I guess I ebbed back to. I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you? I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And
we'll get our guests on, but while we are awaiting his arrival, we'll mention there's a new Daily Rush video for you to check out. It's called Wonder Woman Moose.
Wonder Woman Moose.
Yes.
I forget this one.
I have forgotten it too.
Okay, the Florida Woman, which is this.
Yes.
That button and this button.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Are right next to each other, and I had accidentally hit this button.
Why don't you forget
and then I hit
the
that.
moose?
And then that one. Okay.
For a moment.
And that led to hijinks and hilarity?
Yeah. Always.
Fun was had by all.
The description says, all the world is waiting for you to forget the moose for a moment.
All the world is waiting for you.
And you can follow WMMR on Instagram, and we will deliver it right to your feed.
That's a great way to get it.
Easy way to get that. And it is sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at xfinity.com. So we're still hanging on here. A reminder that next chance at winning $500 is just a couple of minutes away. And that, of course, will be with the MMR Money Clip. We will give you the word and the numbers and all the stuff you need to send it in. Our guest is ready to go, and he's got a new book out. It is called Alien Superstar, Hollywood versus the Galaxy. It's available wherever books are sold. He is one of the greatest guests you can have on.
Nicest guy.
We just love him to death. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Henry Winkler. Good morning, Henry.
Oh, my God. What a welcome. I'm standing at the phone.
I'm so happy.
This is amazing.
You are
Thank
standing.
I'm very happy to be with you. The last time I was in Philly, I was there with my wife, and we went to a restaurant, a new restaurant, a fusion restaurant called Scorpio, I think.
Ooh, okay. There's so many great restaurants in this town.
It was delicious.
Oh, excellent. Well, I got to put that on the list.
And you have to come back.
Yes, most definitely.
I can't wait to come back. You know, the world stopped.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for everyone to calm down and get on board, and so we can all live our lives again.
Hey, Henry, I want to start by sharing a story with you that was just told to us by our assistant program director, Chuck, who works here, and he was letting us know about your book series and how important it was to his son. He couldn't get his son to read anything, and then he said that these following books came along. I Got a D in Salami, and There's a Zombie in My Bathtub. And he said that they were game changers for his son to sit down and read a book cover to cover, and he had to do like a diorama or a report on it and all this stuff. And it is so important to him that these books exist.
Those are the first books that Lynn Oliver and I wrote. They are the story of my life as a dyslexic. There 1 out of 5 children have some sort of learning challenge.
Okay.
And you know, what I realized is that we just put out today Alien Superstar, Hollywood versus the Galaxy, but all of the characters that we write are like on the outside looking in. They all want to be, I want to be like them, but I don't know if I can. And it's all about the challenge of meeting and being authentic.
Love that.
And we put them into comedies because we believe comedy is the gateway to a reader.
I agree.
It's got to be amazing if you stop and think about it. And from what I understand, I rewatched the interview you did on Sunday morning with Mo Rocca, and you were 31, I think it was, the age at which you read your first book because of your dyslexia. And
That's right.
And here you are, some 30 books into being an author. That has got to be amazing.
I have to tell you, we're going to have a grandchild in about 10 days, so that will be our 6th grandchild. I am outside of my family. I am, no matter what I have done in my life, no matter what award I've won, I am proudest of the books we write.
That's something.
And Alien Superstar Hollywood versus the Galaxy has its birthday today.
Well,
it's about an alien who must leave his planet or they will make him into an automaton. He'll lose his personality.
Huh.
He flies across the universe and lands on the back lot of Universal Studios. Who's going to question a rocket ship on the back lot of a movie studio?
I love that.
And I don't know how it happens, but he gets a job as a star on a sitcom as an alien because he's already got the costume.
Oh, that's great.
You know, I was reading the Kirkus review. They loved it. They loved the series. They called this current Hollywood versus the Galaxy a rousing adventure. But I mean, with all of this stuff and you being so proud of this, and they were making the case that all this stuff that you've committed, the storyline is intricate but yet fun. And you've produced, you've directed. Is there any perhaps down the road thought about putting this on screen and making a series out of this?
You know, right now, Lynn Oliver and I are working with Team Coco, with Conan O'Brien's company, to bring this to an animation. We just had a meeting yesterday. So yes, absolutely. But writing it is so much fun.
Yeah.
Lynn and I, I talk, Lynn types. Then Lynn gets an idea. She types. I wait. We argue over every word because each word is important. And boom, here's our 37th novel.
There's something so when we had a conversation one day that the first book we read as a kid, the one that got us going, and then and what a pivotal thing that is, and how exciting that is. And I remember years ago, I think it was Happy Days. It had to be Happy Days. The Fonz got a library card.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's right.
I remember the explosion in kids getting library cards, because that used to be something my father and my little brother and I would do every weekend. We'd go at some point to the library and take out books, whatever we wanted. And that is such an essential, wonderful thing. And the fact that you're now facilitating that with your book series, it's just got to be the pinnacle.
Well, I got to tell you that I said one line on the show. Hey, look at this, Richie. You could get a library card for free. And registration for library cards went up 500%.
That's amazing.
In the next 2 weeks.
That's incredible. It's incredible.
So now I go to the library. It's close to my apartment in Manhattan. I take out like The Call of the Wild by Jack London.
Yeah.
Because I wanted so badly to be part of the process. And that book sat on my desk until it was time to bring back. I couldn't read. I read my first novel when I was 31 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was so difficult for me. And now I'm part of a partnership with Lynn Oliver where we write these children's novels. And this is number 37. It never ceases to amaze me.
Henry, since we only have a few minutes with you, I did want to ask about something you tweeted out the other day, and it was some pictures from Night Shift, and you just said it was one of your all-time favorites. And Steve and I here have been all morning long just talking about our favorite moments from that movie. Launched Michael Keaton's career, relaunched you out of a kind of a type that you had been placed in, and it just looked like it was a blast. I mean, not only for viewers, but for somebody working.
It was Ron Howard's first major studio movie. He said, be in it. You can play whoever you want. Mm-hmm. I thought Billy Blaze, well, I played the Fonz, and he was very flamboyant.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to play Chuck. I'm going to play Richie. I'm going to just switch it up. And that's how I chose the part. And it still holds up.
Oh, it does.
You are brilliant.
Night Shift is still funny.
You are brilliant in this movie because you became the schlub. We talked about the scene where they get the delivery guy gets your sandwich order wrong and then rubs it down the doorway, and there's just one right after another, and you are pitch perfect in this insanity. And we were howling at the for people who haven't seen it, you need to see it.
Do you know when the dog comes running at me down the hallway? My only suggestion to Ron Howard in the entire movie was to shoot it in slow motion so that it looked like this dog, the slobber flying all over the place, is going to rip me to shreds.
Isn't it remarkable how you've been able to maintain a relationship with Ron? Because, Happy Days, obviously, but then Arrested Development, and to the present day, you guys are still friends, and he's been an integral part of your life for such a long time. It's got to be kind of fascinating to you, Henry.
He just wrote me. He asked me if we were shooting the new season of Barry.
Oh, yes.
And we're 4 episodes out of 8 in. Barry is on HBO. And it is, how thrilled am I that I'm on that show?
Well, that show is just amazingly written and acted, and you have a character like Barry who, for all intents and purposes, is a reprehensible human being, but you're still rooting for him. And I think the show is brilliant. So you guys are 4 episodes in, and it's not going to be released until March, huh?
No, I think that's probably it. But, there's a brand new movie directed by one of the great directors in the universe, Wes Anderson, called The French Dispatch. And that opens in just a couple of days in October.
I also have to bring up the point while we have you on, because Monsters at Work, which is in the Monsters Inc.
I love that.
universe.
Fritz.
It's great. Your character is great. And you have Billy Crystal and John Goodman. Everyone's participating in it, and it's a big hit. Are we going to get more of that?
Yes, we just started recording new episodes. And Fritz, he gets all caught up in he doesn't know the right word. He's trying to find the right word. You know what? He has fun.
Wow. That's hilarious. Henry, we know you got to run a new book, Alien Superstar, Hollywood versus the Galaxy. Someday, my goal in life is to get a hug from Henry Winkler. I just want to hug you, man.
We're going to do that.
All right. I want that to happen. Henry, we love you. Thanks for coming on this morning.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you
take
for
care.
the conversation.
You got it. Henry Winkler, guys. Is there anyone more adorable than that guy?
Did you hear him do the Fonz?
He did the Fonz.
Oh, my God. That was so
Just
cool.
the best. You know what would top all that? Is if you won $500 right now.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip. Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
All right. The word, I wish it was library, but it's not because I'd say library.
Yeah.
Video is the word that you want to use, okay? Video is this hour's keyword, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. And there are 3 ways for you to do that. You can text it to the special contest short code, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry will win $500 in this company-wide contest. That person will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you do answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. All right, the word again is video. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Valley Forge Casino Resort. They have positions open, and select jobs will receive a $1,500 sign-on bonus.
Whoa.
And you can apply today at vfcasino.com/careers. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Where do we want to begin? Let's start with this one. Sure. A Wichita Falls man who plotted to blow up an Amazon data center in Virginia was sentenced to federal prison. Seth Aaron Pendley pleaded guilty to June to a malicious attempt to destroy a building with an explosive device and was sentenced to 10 years. He was arrested. He had faced a maximum of 20 years. He was arrested in April while trying to buy C4 explosive from an undercover FBI agent in Fort Worth.
He had first tried to buy it off Amazon.
Oh, my. Listen, if you're going to find it.
Yeah.
Authorities searched his home in Wichita Falls. They found an AR-15 receiver, mask, wig, apps, and other items. Penley admitted that he disclosed his plan to blow up an Amazon data center to a confidential source in January and hoped it would, quote, kill off 70% of the internet, including service to the CIA and FBI.
It happened yesterday by itself.
Didn't it? He didn't have to do anything.
He didn't have to do anything.
Penley also claimed to have been present at the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol and said though he did not enter the building, he came prepared with a sawed-off air rifle. He was going to shoot somebody with a BB gun.
Ow!
Canada's Transportation Safety Board says the plane at the center of a deadly crash in Old Montreal was carrying a banner. This is horrible. Was carrying a banner spelling out a wedding proposal when it went down Saturday evening.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the board spokesman, Chris Krepsky, said that a passenger on board the plane towing the banner that read, "Will you marry me?" died in the crash.
Was he the one
who
was proposing?
know that.
Or was it would probably be for somebody down on the ground, right? Look up at that, honey.
Correct, yeah. While the aircraft's pilot remains in the hospital, officials received reports of engine trouble on the Cessna 172 aircraft. But investigators have yet to determine the cause of the accident. The board dispatched investigators to the scene to gather details on the cause of the crash.
Oh my God! I can't believe you arranged for it to crash.
And will be sending the remaining debris to to continue lab testing. The proposal banner, which is believed to have fallen into the St. Lawrence River shortly before the crash, has not been found yet.
So yeah, as you said, to determine what caused it to crash.
They said it sounded like it had engine trouble.
All right.
A Lithuanian man has had more than a kilogram of nails, screws, nuts, and knives removed from his stomach by doctors. He had been swallowing metal objects for a month after quitting drinking.
Yeah. You know what? Stop drinking and start eating cutlery.
Yeah. Some of the objects retrieved during surgery were 4 inches long.
Oh, my God.
The surgeon called it a unique case. The man was brought by ambulance with severe abdominal pain to the hospital.
This is a unique case. Can you come with me into the other room? Man's an idiot.
Yeah, he is now reported to be in stable condition and is being monitored. That's a miracle that guy lived. He was swallowing knives, man.
Is he one of those, people have that, where they'll just start eating random objects?
Yeah. Let's see. State officials have temporarily closed a northern Michigan shooting range due to public safety concerns. The Department of Natural Resources says the North Pioneer Road shooting area will be closed to all target shooting for at least 90 days. According to the DNR, expanded target shooting activities in the area have created unsafe conditions for public land users and neighboring landowners. Additional complaints about projectiles leaving the target shooting area and unsafe conditions, including multiple calls about bullet strikes in neighboring homes, have been received by both the DNR and the Sheriff's Department.
And it backs right up to a kindercare break.
During the closure, the staff will evaluate next steps that would eliminate the possibility of visitors target shooting from anywhere other than specified areas.
They're usually a little bit more remote.
Yes.
Yeah.
A hungry alligator couldn't help itself and decided to snatch a little Florida boy's catch while he was fishing with his dad. In a video posted to Facebook, Sean McMahon says that he was fishing in his backyard in Palm Coast with his 7-year-old son, Dawson. The little fisherman is pulling his hardest to reel in the big bass, and his dad is there with him. The alligator rushes out of the water, grabs the fish, and even took the fishing pole with it as well. Yeah.
How big was the gator?
I don't know. I didn't find out, and I didn't see the video.
Wasn't that 15-foot one from the...
No, I don't think it was that one that ate the other gator. No one was injured, and the alligator swam away with a full stomach of fish. And then one last story. A Tennessee woman's home security camera was rolling when a bear walked up to her front porch and stole a package, a 33-pound package that was sitting on the front porch. So it was a porch pirate. The Gatlinburg homeowner says the package had recently been delivered to the home by a FedEx driver.
Oh, great. It's filled with bras.
And she's not sure what attracted the bear to the box, as it only contained chemicals that she used to treat her fish pond. No word if the package was ever recovered after that.
They'll take things that aren't necessarily emitting a
I guess so.
food smell.
Yep. All right. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. The word that we're looking for you to enter, which you have about 6 minutes left on, is video. VIDEO. So you want to get to that right now and text it to us, or enter it via the app or WMMR.com. If you text it, make sure you text it to 45911. All right? Video is the word. Lesson, question, trash, music, news. That stuff's coming up next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We were never very
Preston
good in the
and
studio.
Steve.
We
No.
never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make, no one knew how to make a record. But
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right.
Now I have a studio. Everybody has a studio. So we just weren't producible. There was too much anarchy in the band. Too many people wanting to do... they had strong opinions of it. So, and we never really liked it in the studio with the four walls. It was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio. And we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late 80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket, In the Dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned? You always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in 87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we're playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it. We were playing stadiums. And,
Yeah, but you know what? I
was
found
more
out about you guys
incremental.
because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. We never played that game. And if we lived by the single, we would die by the single. If we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
What's that about? What's that about? So that predates obviously videos, but still a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of, if you want to do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible,
iconic stuff.
Yeah, we just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good around. A lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah,
they just went out and said, "This has to be done."
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them, we go, "That's us." And they go, okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it.
Let me ask you with the art and your painting. I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art.
It is
came
art.
out. It's
right.
You follow the muse. I mean, you're an artist. The thing that turns you on, makes you do things artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house and my daughter looked at it and she said, Dad, this got legs.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Legs. He liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the Dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, okay, I'll paint. If you like it, I'll paint it.
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back out this way, King of Prussia, noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
Yes, we all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussias.
All the Prussiettes. Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is. Yeah. She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
spray.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay. I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there
do
we go.
you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man. No.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish, And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter,
Yeah.
and I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that. That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and I
dine in the morning
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
Like a fire hose?
No, like
a spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do regular, normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I heard recently that isn't even. I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days, because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make. In fact, they've said they've noticed a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
And so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has.
This is how you had it. All right, 215-263 WMMR on ET's home planet. What does slog mean? 215-263 WMMR. If you know that answer, call. While we wait for your call, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we go today, Steve. What's going on this morning?
Well, former supermodel Heidi Klum has decided not to host her annual Halloween party again this year because of COVID concerns. Klum says she did not want to risk negatively affecting the health of Manhattan's most pompous people.
Oh my God.
Lindsay Lohan will be launching her own weekly podcast. Digital content provider Studio 71 will be producing the show, and tweeted out, if you thought you knew Lindsay Lohan, then that's probably good enough.
Hey!
And finally, 90-year-old William Shatner has begun prepping for his ride into space aboard Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin rocket. Apparently, engineers at the Bezos facility have already begun using shuttle tiles to build heat-resistant adult diapers. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we'll see if you know the answer to this on ET's home planet. What is the word slog? What does the word slog mean? And I will go to Tim for that. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Morning.
All right, Tim, what does slog mean on ET's home planet?
Butt sex.
Butt sex. Hang on, Tim. For you, we have a $50 gift card to Iron Hill Brewery and Restaurant. And Iron Hill Brewery, by the way, their top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers, they're now available everywhere craft beer is sold locally. Visit ironhillbrewery.com and click beer, the beer finder, and you can find a retailer near you.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we're going to start off with Coldplay and the fact that Selena Gomez is making a guest appearance on their upcoming album.
Selena Gomez is now becoming one of my favorites because she's on the Only
Murders in the Building.
Yeah.
Music of the what?
It was like a three-way jinx.
Yeah. Everyone in sync.
Oh, we were?
Yeah. And we're beautiful, man.
Music of the Spheres is the name of the album, along with We Are King, Jacob Collier, and, of course, BTS.
Yay!
And the 12-song project will be released on October 15th. In other Coldplay news, the band has confirmed a week-long music residency on The Late Late Show with James Corden on CBS. It will run from Monday, October 18th to Thursday, October 21st to celebrate the release of Music of the Spheres. And it will include the television debut of Let Somebody Go with Selena Gomez, as well as special performance of Human Heart. Oh, seriously?
What?
So here you go. It's an emoji of a
They're
heart.
not doing that, are they?
And then it says, in parentheses, pronounced Human Heart.
Oh,
come on.
Is that a band?
I guess so.
Everybody's got a human heart.
Or a person. I don't know. And We Are King and Jacob Collier.
Are they expecting you? Is that the new way we read things now?
Not the way I'm doing it.
No, man.
I ain't doing it.
No, man.
No.
You don't even go on Facebook, man.
No.
I have a Selena
doing it.
Gomez question. She's great. She's really talented. Why is she the most popular person on social media ever? Like, how come
She got
how
an
did she
early
get there?
start.
So
She
She has more followers than anybody else on Instagram.
Right. She got in early, and she got very vigorous on it, and I think she's maintained that, Nick. I think that's the story. That's almost first to the dance.
She has 266 million followers on Instagram.
She needs about 100 million more, and she'll have the entire country.
And I guess she got started when she still was really in the pop music phase and
Dating
post
Bieber.
Disney and Bieber. That was probably
Was it Bieber?
There was a Bieber halo, as they call it.
So, all right. Anyway, a new book that will detail every song that Korn has ever written will be released next month.
Is it called The Big Book of Korn?
I think it's The Big Book of Korn. No, it's actually entitled Korn: Every Album, Every Song, and it's written by author Matt Karp. The book will take a deep dive
on Korn.
into the lyrics, song compositions, and stories behind every track ever penned by the band. It includes B-sides, standalone singles, unreleased material, and songs that have only ever been featured, is supposed to say, on film and gaming soundtracks.
Oh, come on.
No farts?
What the hell happened?
I didn't know. Well,
Get the full sonata.
I didn't know that was our thing that we have to do every
It's
time.
got to have a on the end of it, at least on the end.
I was just going to the original.
It's like singing Happy Birthday without the cha-cha-cha.
Anyway, it's coming out November 25th. Foo Fighters will once again be issuing a new 7-inch 45 RPM single for the upcoming Record Store Day on November 26th. The single, Making a Fire, and it will be, the flip side will be Chasing Birds with Preservation Hall Band. By the way, you know what I never understood, Steve, when they were talking about 45s?
Yes.
And then it would say B/W, meaning what was on the other side?
That's what I thought.
Any idea
yeah.
what B/W means?
I have no idea.
Backed with, maybe?
Yeah, maybe that.
I never have known that. You got to ask somebody around here who might know that. It features.
How about Bill Weston?
It might stand for
Yeah,
Bill
that's
Weston.
probably it.
Yeah, he's been in the industry for quite a while. What's on the Bill Weston side? Something you're going to like?
The upcoming single is limited in 9,500 copies. The Making a Fire version includes contributions from members of the Dap Kings, the Budos Band, Antibalas, and the Tedeschi Trucks Band, and more. The Chasing Birds revision features appearances from Ben Jaffe, Charlie Gabriel, Clint Madigan, Walter Harris, Brandon Lewis, and Ronell Johnson. I don't know one single
You
person.
left out Sniff Puddlepoo.
Sniff Puddlepoo? Even think of that.
There's a lot of names I did not know there, but yes, you got it right.
Backed with
Backed
is what
with.
it stands for.
Not
the term
Bill Weston.
BW, an abbreviation of backed with, is often used in listings to indicate the B side of a record.
Hey, Bill just texted me. Yes, it means backed with.
Okay. How about that?
I was just in Bill's office, by the way. He's got a 4-legged stool in there.
4?
Oh! Doesn't even make sense.
No.
It's got an extra freaking stool or an extra leg. How about that?
There you go.
There it is. All right, and I love this story. Ringo Starr, Max Weinberg, Stuart Copeland, Matt Cameron, Chad Smith, Iron Maiden's Nico McBrain, along with more than 100 other musicians, have joined forces for a new cover version of the Beatles' Come Together to help end world hunger. Rolling Stone reported the Drum Together clip was originated and organized by Why Hunger, and along with Starr, Weinberg, and Cameron, it features drummers like Jim Keltner, Steve Gadd, Cindy Blackman Santana, even 11-year-old prodigy Nandi Bushnell, while a massive coalition of percussionists, including an orchestra timpanist, create the base for this epic rendition of Come Together. The meticulously stitched together performance also features an array of other musicians, from guitarists and pianists to trombonists and trumpeters and vocalists.
So 100, you said 100 drummers, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at the video now. It is stitched together pretty flawlessly.
It says 100 musicians, so it probably is drummers and
Okay,
other musicians
Well,
on top of
clearly the emphasis is on the drums.
So Ringo said in a statement, we all can agree that no kid should be hungry and everyone should have access to nutritious food. This is a great cause that I've supported in the past and a great track, one of my favorite Beatles songs. So when Jim Keltner asked me to join all these other drummers, I was happy to. So if Keltner's behind it, that's pretty awesome. He's one of the all-time great session musicians.
So does Ringo close it out, or
I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. I've seen just clips of it.
I'm seeing a whole bunch of notable faces.
Oh, yeah. So Matt Cameron told Rolling Stone, it's incredibly rewarding to be a part of such a unique collaboration with this important cause. There's nothing like the power of a good beat, and it's great to see that so many musicians across so many genres and backgrounds were able to come together to support Why Hunger's mission. Other drummers include Anton Fig, Kenny Aronoff, Greg Bissonette, the Bangles' Debbie Peterson, Nick, bassist Nathan East.
No way.
Who we hung out with.
Oh, that's so cool.
when we were in Los Angeles. And Lee Sklar and many more are a part of it.
I really don't care for Aerosmith's cover of that song, Come Together, but I didn't know until recently that Soundgarden also covered it. You guys ever hear Soundgarden's Come Together?
No. Do they say Slola?
They do not say Slola. But it's a more faithful version, I think, to the original. And Chris Cornell, as you would guess, belts it out of the park. I mean, it's really impressive. And so Matt Cameron has covered it before when he did it with Soundgarden.
Nice. All right, and that's all I have in music news for you this morning. Although we do have a caller to go to, and I want to go to Frank. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Frank, to what do we owe the pleasure? Why are you calling in?
Because I just won $500.
Shut your mouth!
It can't
be! Frank did it. He won $500 with MMR's Money Clips. Frank, where do you hail from, sir?
I'm from Oxford, Pennsylvania.
Nice, man. So, love the fact that you did this. And how did you enter to win the money?
I did both. I did the app and test.
See?
He covered his
He's
bases.
covering his ass like a smart man. That's how you win.
Going to be registered for the $10,000 grand prize, which is a pretty sweet deal. What you doing today, Frank?
I'm just hanging out at work right now.
All right, where do you work? If you can say it.
I work for the electric company.
The electric company. All right, cool, man. Well,
it's a great kid show.
Yeah, it is. The electric company. Remember that? Yeah. Well, listen, buddy, we're going to throw you $500 just as a thank you for listening to our radio station, WMMR. We love you, and we appreciate it, man. So enjoy.
Thank you.
All right, you got it. There
That's
you go.
awesome. Listen, that's going to pick your day up no matter what you're going through.
Hell yes. So next opportunity is coming up at noon, which will be along before you know it. So let's take a break, come back in a second, get ready for Pierre Robert's arrival and more money to be given away and lots of great music. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger is coming soon, Monday, November 1st at Xfinity Live inside the Wells Fargo.
They're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. that if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class, and they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben. Here.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys are busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to cover on everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Okay.
You all right? Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
Talking like that. And actually, it's the thing. It's the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. Of course, enriched by the learning that we have.
So I guess.
Poor kid, you poor kid.
I guess no. Ben doesn't talk like that.
To come on air with us.
We just pulled him in hat by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
All off guard, that's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is,
Let's start over.
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a Google email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. Right. And just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby's here as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah. So if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have everybody's email. So you can set up this Google Doc where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria, were you the student? Did you do this or hear about this happening as well? Yes. Why is your mic not on? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. First of all, the website is pretty, like, once you get it down, it's super easy to use. And yes, sharing is so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say.
Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes.
So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay, please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh, God.
Because we were cheating, which is Java and HTML, that's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little symbols.
We had to handwrite all of it, then we had to type it up, and that was his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right. Because
This
all
is
the other students were.
This is absolutely outlandish. I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What am
cheating?
I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to squiggle them or whatever.
Just you have to talk through them. Just keep
This
talking.
is the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous.
25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, who's talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's,
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. Steve being outrageous Ben is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, our dancer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how far people will go to actually cheat. And I went to a really good school, and we would literally cheat in groups, and the teachers had no idea. That's how
No
oblivious.
idea.
I guess they were just paid so well that, like I swear, they didn't care.
Do you think there's some credence to the fact that schools who rely on, how the school's performing would allow this to happen?
I guess to keep up with
their
the
reviews and
standards or
stuff like
whatever.
that?
Yeah.
It's conceivable.
I went to a really good school, so like I guess like high test scores were like super important.
So it's plausible deniability, right? That you can say, okay, they're just getting good grades.
And what's funny enough, in 9th grade, I actually had a social studies teacher that would literally grade you on like if he liked you or not. Like we would write what we had for breakfast on, like literally I would write the most ridiculous answers, and some of them would be right and some of them would be wrong. I swear this man graded you on whether he liked you or not, or maybe your outfit that day. Like I swear
bet
he
you
didn't
did
care.
very well.
Yes, being stunningly gorgeous helps too.
I passed, by the way. And he fed
gotta be
us.
so
He
hard.
was a G. He was awesome.
What's going on over here? Just because she's super hot, she passes? I'm here writing goddamn code. My fingers are falling off. She talks about having egos and she gets an A+.
You're a good sport, Ben.
Well, it's an outrage, frankly. Goddamn, says like I have a rheumatoid arthritis writing all this code. And over here, she says she had a Pop-Tart for breakfast. She has an A+.
I love when you threaten to kick their ass.
Outside now, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass, you're going to see my big toe coming out your nose.
Oh my God.
All right, we have to wrap this up.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
No.
Officials are working to contain a scabies outbreak.
No. What the hell?
This is at Radnor Middle School, and one student from Radnor Elementary School. Yeah. Yep.
Scabies.
And at least 18 students were diagnosed with the infectious disease.
Okay, what is scabies?
It's a rash.
Okay.
Isn't that... Wait, okay. Scabies isn't crabs?
Well, it is caused by a mite. A little creature.
Okay.
But they normally it's not visible to the naked eye. But it's not It's not crabs.
It's not, okay.
It's not like
but
crotch
do you
crabs.
get it down there?
You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're
so
lucky.
The scabies will burrow under the skin and lay eggs.
Oh, God.
An itchy rash consisting of raised tracts, bumps, or blisters may appear on parts of the body, including between fingers, wrists, elbows, armpits, waistline, thighs, and genitalia.
Including the nutsack.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Well, there
all the little crevices and cracks. They lay their eggs. Ball sacks are yummy.
I remember in high school there was an outbreak in our school, but it was everyone who was getting it down there.
Yeah. And so it seems like it's few and far between that we have scabies outbreaks. I always consider that one of those bizarre peripheral things like scurvy and gout.
There was you mean the guy that I told you about that wanted to go halfsies on the fleshlight?
Oh yeah. And by the way, again, take that in. Nick knows someone who wanted to go halvesies on a fleshlight.
Yeah.
God, I hate him.
Yeah, me too. I love him, but I hate him. But he there was an outbreak of it in college.
Is this guy an Elvis impersonator by any chance?
No. But he was at the Nationals game last night. But he was in college. He got scabies, and he got it through sexual contact. And so we would make fun of him incessantly afterwards. And the way that we'd make fun of him was just by saying scabies every time we would walk by. But yeah, he got it through sexual contact with a very dirty girl.
Okay, all right. By the way, Steve, you mentioned scurvy. Scurvy, I read the other day, is making a comeback.
Of course.
Hey, it's all the rage.
Because of like fasting diets and things like that.
Oh,
People
that's
are not,
awesome.
They're not getting the vitamin C that they need,
what
I
is
guess.
that?
We thought we'd missed out on it, Preston, because we weren't able to take the trip to the New World.
Yeah, it's a vitamin C deficiency, and it can make you really, really sick.
And like fruit and stuff like that was how you fought it, right?
Yep.
And leprosy, we learned, is making a comeback.
That's where the term limeys came from, is when the English would travel, they would load up all these limes to try and keep scurvy away. Hang on a second. Maddie has scabies, and Kathy's going to leave the room now. She doesn't even want to be on the phone with somebody with scabies. Hey, how you doing, Maddie?
Good. I had scabies.
Oh, okay.
right.
Oh, it says actually has scabies.
Yes,
Okay.
I had scabies, and it was horrible. I think I got it on the Appalachian Trail because there was no STD thing going on.
Yep. Okay. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, and that's possibly where this particular outbreak came from. But I'll get into those details in a moment. How bad did it get for you?
It was horrible, dude. Every fold in your skin on your body, they burrow into and they lay eggs, and there's these little tunnels.
She's
a cute kid.
She's come a long way too, man. Yeah. So it's still staying in the spotlight these days. 10:40 with the Preston and Steve shows. We're about ready to wrap up the program. Good time today, no question. Gave away some money. Really happy to do that with the MMR money clips. We also spent some time talking to Tobias Forge. I want to thank him for being on the show of Ghost. He's very slow in his responses and kind of takes his time and thinks about what he's saying. Fascinating guy, dynamic stage performer, and he's got a song out that we've been playing called Hunter's Moon.
Yeah.
And you can see the video. It's trippy as hell, as you would imagine. And he and the band will be at the BB&T Pavilion in Camden February 12th, and Volbeat is going to be with him. And tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com.
You know, the video for Hunter's Moon was directed by the widow of Ted Demme, Jonathan Demme's brother.
No kidding. Wow. That's very cool. And also, speaking of cool, Henry freaking Winkler was on with us, and he was just the best. I mean, he's just the most fun, kind, nice guy you'd ever want to have on. And he's got a kid's book out. It's their, I think, 31st or 37th.
37. So, again, you know, he had really bad dyslexia and read his first book at 31, and now he's 37 books into his series. It's amazing.
The book is called Hollywood versus the Galaxy, and it's Alien Superstar number 3, and that is out today, which is cool. It's lovely having him on. And they're continuing Barry on HBO. And another season coming, which is cool.
And he did the Fonz for us.
And I want to congratulate our winner. Today's Tuesday, Tuesday. We do have a winner. That name has been drawn, and it is Keegan Redfern of Folsom, PA. And Keegan gets a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. You can check them out at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. If you want to see their artwork, go to floatingworldtattoos.com, or on Instagram, just type in @floatingworldtattoos, and you will find it also. Thank you guys to continue to do Tattoos Day. Before we find out what Pierre's got going on, Marissa told me she's got exciting news. Breaking news. Well, I'm interested because she addressed me specifically with this. What's going on?
I went on a pickle dive this morning.
Oh, pickle dive. All right.
So I posted something on Instagram. It started a conversation with a local company called the Fishtown Pickle Project, who was very excited. I know I tagged every pickle company I know, and one of them is this Fishtown Pickle Project. They reached out because they listen to us every morning in their pickle making factory. So they're listening to us right now.
Okay.
And they said that the Pickle Fest was supposed to happen, but COVID happened.
Okay. All right. So they were planning on doing it again then. Okay.
But then it got deeper.
Okay.
Got deeper.
And I talked to a friend of mine. He's a DJ or he's the head of entertainment over at Xfinity Live. His name is Jay Roy. He is involved in the Pickle Fest, and it has been rebranded the Big Dill.
The Big Dill.
The world's largest pickle party.
And when is this?
Working on a date for Philadelphia next
year. Excellent. I'm happy to hear that.
So it looks like Xfinity Live next year, there will be the world's largest pickle party, and they want you to be part of it.
I'd like to be a part of it.
You should be the Grand Marshal.
I'm glad you added that. Grand Marshal?
You need to come in on the pickle mobile.
I'll wear
the Grand Pickle.
Right?
I'll wear a pickle freaking outfit of some type.
Absolutely.
You know?
The Oscar Mayer Wiener mobile.
Yeah, but
painted green.
But as a pickle.
Yes.
I agree. We'll do something. We'll come up with something. Casey's trying to think of a clever name.
The Vlasic Classic.
Oh, that could be good. It's a brand name, but
true,
I do
right.
like that though. So good. Yes, I'm a huge fan of all things pickle. So I'm stoked about that. Thank you, Marissa.
Something
that
to
is
look forward to.
Yes,
Yay,
that is exciting news.
Yay,
Excellent.
pickles.
Do you like pickles and olives and pickled products?
I do, and I'm very pickled.
Excellent. You are very pickled.
Right now, this very moment?
At this moment.
That means
flask
drunk,
in the
right?
car.
Oh, does it? Oh,
it does.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, pickled means you're
Pickled,
soused.
man.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm not.
No, not that tall. Just cocaine.
Yeah, I'm just high. I'm not
Just
drunk,
high.
I'm high.
Dude, I'm high on life. That's all I'm
That's a
gonna
beautiful
say.
thing, being high on life.
Dude, it's beautiful.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Are you flowing with my waves?
I am. I'm in your aura. I'm in all of that.
Thank you.
Nice.
That's all I ask.
Shall we do the letter?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A is in Apple.
All right, and we will give away $300, and that's courtesy of the Baxter. The Baxter, a dumpster in a bag. It's perfect for all home improvement cleanups. Just pick one up today at any of your local home improvement stores. Buy, fill, gone. So we'll give away that money on Friday. What's up, man? What's up today?
Well, we've got a good program. As usual, the money at 12 and at 2, the money thing. What do we call it?
Money thing.
Money clip.
Money clips.
Yeah, we got it.
We've only been doing it for years now, but
The bird is the word is what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, we changed it's the same contest. We just tried to come up with a different. Last time it was
Everybody's heard about the bird.
That's right. So we've got that. And if you hear the word being called at noon or 2 or any time, 4 and 6 with Jackson, 8 p.m. with Jackie, you want to answer your phone for that first 45 minutes afterwards.
You might win tickets to see Billy Idol at Temple University.
You might. And also, it could be Bartholomew Beasley on the line.
Bart?
Yeah, Bart Beasley himself, as opposed to Betty Lou Beasley, who sometimes calls too. There's a lot of Beasleys in the family, and they all have names that begin with B. So you just want to keep your ear open for the phone. It's not going to be a car warranty person. Well, it could be, but it also could be Bart or Betty.
Babs.
Or Bass.
Beatrice.
Or Brendan.
Yeah.
Beatrice
Yeah.
is a very nice lady. At any rate, be on the lookout for that. That's 12 and 2. We've got workforce blocks of AC/DC, Bon Jovi, and the Scorpions. And we will have tickets for STP to give away November 6th in Atlantic City at the Hard Rock.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's going to be action-packed. I would like to thank our sponsors. Our Preston and Steve show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve show. Also, Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. And Wilmington University, ready to make a move? WilmU works online or in person, and you can learn more at wilmu.edu. Tomorrow, it's going to be an action-packed show as well for us. Wednesday, so Fox Good Day, secret text word. We're also going to have actor John Lithgow on the show.
Freaking John Lithgow.
I don't think we've ever spoken to him before.
No, we've admired from afar.
Very much so. And a very talented musician in prog rock, Mr. Rick Wakeman, who's actually a really funny guy, too.
He is.
Yeah, I saw when they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He was hilarious. Had no idea. We thought he was a pretty serious guy.
Wow.
So we'll spend some
Straight
time
up legend.
talking to Rick Wakeman of Yes. So those things and more. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.